Certainly. Would you like to let me know where we'd reached before the sound gave out? So shall I go right back to the start of the introduction? Okay, that's all right. I'm going to put the headset on and hope that this doesn't blow the whole system. Can you hear me? Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to this Babergh Overview and Scrutiny Committee. I'm Councillor Alistair McCraw, and I'm chairing the meeting today. May I first of all remind you of some domestic arrangements. Please ensure that microphones are turned off when not in use, and that you do not interrupt other speakers. That if you are attending the meeting to speak and persistently interrupt the meeting, you may be asked to leave. Please ensure that mobile phones are either turned to silent or switched off. Remember, the chat function is only to indicate that you wish to speak. You also have the option of the hand function on the top bar. And please don't post any comments or questions. Any messages in the chat panel can be viewed by people watching the live broadcast. I'd like to remind everyone present that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. The whole meeting confidential or exempt items. If you make a representation to the meeting, you will be deemed by the council to have consented to being filmed. By entering this meeting as a speaker, you're also consenting to being recorded by the council and to the possible use of those images and sound recordings for webcasting and/or training purposes. The council, members of the public and the press may record, film, photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and the press are not lawfully excluded. So we now come to introductions. I will now ask the Governance Officer to carry out the introductions for today.
Thank you, Chair. The Cabinet members present at the meeting this morning are Councillor Ward, the Leader and Cabinet Member for Finance, Councillor Osborne, Cabinet Member for Housing, and Councillor Malvesi, Cabinet Member for Environment. We also have officers attending today. We have our Chief Executive attending, the Assistant Director for Law and Governance and Monitoring Officer, Assistant Director Corporate Resources, Assistant Director for Environment and Commercial Partnerships, Assistant Director for Housing, Corporate Manager Financial Services, Commissioning and Procurement, Corporate Manager for Waste Recycling and Fleet, Senior Finance Business Partner, Assistant Manager, Finance Accountant, and also we have Richard Walker, Parking Partnership Group Manager, North Essex Parking Partnership. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I appear to have lost the agenda, which I had so conveniently on a screen in front of me, has disappeared. So let's see if we can get that back. Right, having got that back, can I now move to the agenda, please? Please note there are no minutes on the agenda of today's meeting. The last Babergh Overview and Scrutiny Committee meeting was held in June 2020. Since then, we've been meeting in joint session with Mid Suffolk. So item 1, apologies for absence and substitutions.
Thank you, Chair. I will roll call members, please. I do believe we have received an apology from Councillor Gould. Members, when I call your name, can you please respond? Councillor Grandon.
Present.
Councillor Dawson.
Present.
Councillor McCraw.
Present.
Councillor McLaren.
Present.
And Councillor Adrian Osborne.
Good morning, present.
Thank you, Chair.
Right, item 2, to receive declarations of pecuniary and non-pecuniary interest by members. Are there any to declare? No, in that case, we'll move on to item 3, to receive notification of petitions in accordance with the Council's petition scheme.
None received, Chair.
Thank you very much. Item 4, questions by the public.
None received, Chair.
And item 5, questions by councillors.
None received, Chair.
Thank you. So we'll now move to the first substantive item on today's agenda, which is BOS 20/1, Town Centre Parking in Babergh District. We don't have a clear idea of what time we spend on any one item, but please bear in mind we do have the budget today, so my initial thoughts are that we should spend about an hour or more on this subject, but obviously we do not restrict ourselves in any way by doing so. That's the basic idea. This report was deferred at the Babergh Cabinet meeting on the 7th of January and forwarded to this committee for scrutiny. The recommendations from this meeting will be presented to Babergh Cabinet on the 4th of February this year. However, they will also be tabled for information at the council meeting tomorrow, the 19th of January, where a petition on parking will be debated. Now, parking is an executive function, therefore Cabinet are the decision makers in respect of this matter, not the full council. This committee will be conducting a pre-scrutiny of the parking report and may resolve to make recommendations to Cabinet ahead of its own consideration of the report. Now, whilst I know that this issue may be of significant personal interest to several members, I'm asking members to take a wider view than just any ward considerations that they may have. The opportunity to exercise those views might be more appropriate at the council meeting tomorrow. I do expect this committee will uphold its impartial and apolitical role in scrutinising this report, and I will intervene if I consider any councillor to be making any overtly political points, or if the debate veers away from the matter in hand. Whilst I want to ensure that the committee is able to have a very full and robust discussion, I would also remind councillors that we have these other important matters to scrutinise today, namely the council's budget, and would respectfully suggest or ask that all council committee members ensure that their comments are relevant and succinctly put. Now, I'd like to ask Councillor Malvisi, Cabinet Member for Environment, to introduce report BOS/20/1.
Thank you, Chairman. Before I give my brief introduction, I thought it might be helpful to explain that the report you have before you, which you touched upon in your opening remarks, Town Centre Parking Report, originally prepared for the Cabinet meeting on the 7th of January. As no doubt you're aware, the report was not considered at that meeting, but was instead deferred so that it could be considered by Overview and Scrutiny Committee today, so that the petitions submitted can then be debated at full council tomorrow night. Therefore, this report will be rewritten to take into account the discussions both at this meeting and tomorrow night, together with the various other submissions received from members of the public. Consequently, it will be a different car parking report with amended recommendations that the Cabinet will consider at its February meeting. Several fellow councillors have asked me why I'm proposing a motion on car parking. Many presume car parking as a political hot potato that is too dangerous to touch. However, we're not elected to run scared of controversial issues. We're elected to try and do our very best for our district. The best way I can explain my reasoning is by recounting a request from our council chairman, Councillor Grandon. Catherine asked me to meet her to assess the small car park at Hadley Railway Walk. Together we visited this sorry excuse for a car park. The grass verges were practically non-existent. The surface of the car park was not only worn away, but there were large dips where you could see that the edge to the grass verge had disappeared and the ground was well gouged out. In fact, the tyres on my car disappeared below the surface. This was not a car park, but potentially a swimming pool in wet weather. Also, the signage was poor. It too needed replacing. In fact, the whole car park needed improving, but I could see that this was obviously going to cost a lot of money to rectify. What also struck me were the number of commercial vehicles parked there. I suspect these weren't plumbers and electricians walking their dogs. And anecdotally, I've been informed that people actually park there all day. It was this experience that has led me to look more closely at all the car parks I use. Girling Street in Sudbury could do with sprucing up. North Street, well, I didn't really know it existed when I first arrived here, but recently been resurfaced, yet the bays are so small and now they're not very clearly marked because they're worn. The entrance and exit also leaves much to be desired. The car park outside the Kingfisher Centre is confusing if you're not from Sudbury. Relating my experiences to Cassandra Clements, our Assistant Director, it was felt that the costs being borne by Babergh for discretionary services meant that money which could and possibly should be spent on other things was suffering. As we all know, the importance of car parking is not just in the quality of the facilities for each motorist, but in their effective car parking management, which should be designed to balance traffic management and environmental impact, with support for local residents, visitors, workers, and the economy. Introducing the Climate Change Action Plan, followed by the Biodiversity Plan, also highlighted the need for bicycle parking. Currently, they're very prettily tied to the wrought iron railings around St. Peter's Church. Why? Because of scant provision for cyclists. Both action plans also address the need for electric vehicle charging points, both for cars and electric bikes. Fundamentally, for Babergh to successfully deliver all these objectives for our residents, then change is needed. But the question remains as to how such improvements should be funded. To make our car parks move toward a position where they are able to stand alone, without incurring costs to be borne by Babergh taxpayers, then something different has to be done. I think at this stage I should also give you a bit of my personal background here, so that you fully understand where I am coming from. I ran the only MBA in retailing and wholesaling at the Institute for Retail Studies at Stirling University. I was one of the first graduate intakes to Marks and Spencer's, and I can tell you that people do not drive to a town simply to park for free. They drive to a town that offers them what they are looking for. And if what they want is not available, they then drive to wherever it is available, whether that be Bury or Colchester or Braintree or Halstead, where parking is not free. Or they might prefer to go online. The retail mix in Hadley is very different to Sudbury. It is obvious from the mix that Hadley gets used by shoppers who shop regularly. There are 2 butchers, an award-winning delicatessen, and a new greengrocer deli indicating people are buying to meet a daily or weekly shop. The offering is instant and personalised and not chain store driven, which further indicates they tend not to shop online. Unfortunately, the opposite is true of Sudbury. Here the offering is driven by chain stores, who also have a strong presence in the online market. Stores like Boots, Waitrose, Iceland, Sainsbury's, and of course the out-of-town Tesco. Even the banks are online now. All of this impacts on the retail service and service sector offering. Why would you drive to Sudbury? What is there that you can't get in a Tesco or Sainsbury? However, there are very exciting plans to develop the centre of Sudbury, and in fact the plans fit in with a town centre review about to be published by the Institute for Retail Studies, and also Bill Grimsey's acclaimed review into the future of the High Street. Those who don't know who Bill Grimsey is, he was the former CEO of Iceland, who have retained a high street presence, probably on the edge of a primary location. The IRS review has identified the need for our town centres to be greener by offering facilities for both cyclists, pedal and electric. The claim that free parking will bring people into a shop is a fallacy. People will travel if the offering is what they want. Sudbury has not moved with the times. I'm sure there are people who will remember the Marks and Spencer store. M&S are an anchor store facility in nearly all our towns, and yet they packed up and pulled out. Why? Because the footfall was inadequate. And this was before COVID. Therefore, this confirms my earlier statement that free parking does not bring shoppers into town. Of course, both Sudbury and Hadley have a lot to offer the tourist sector too. And in fact, both are pursuing this. In Sudbury, you have Gainsborough House and the history of silk. In Hadley, Benton End. When I was a newcomer to the area, I discovered that the car parks were not easily identifiable. This is obviously a problem for tourists too. Where can I park for the day? Or where can I park so that I can do what I need to do, like go to the bank or visit Boots? Will Waitrose let you park for 3 hours while you go up to the market? No, they won't. They might give you 2 hours while you shop in their store, but not to go elsewhere. I believe that a revised policy is needed, a policy that moves our car parking provision into the 21st century, that enables car parking to be a financially self-sufficient service that produces a revenue stream which will enable us to move to more sustainable travel, such as hopper bus services, encourage visitors to use the appropriate car park that encourages walking round the town to thus see what is on offer. Now is the time for us to make the changes that will ensure that our towns and villages are sustainable and that they thrive into the future for all our residents, visitors, our economy and our environment. It's time to move away from the approach to parking that may have worked in the 70s or 80s, but no longer does today. It's time for us to be brave and have the courage of our convictions. And before I close, I'd like to say thank you to Cassandra Clements and her team for having worked diligently on this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Malvisi, for your introduction. I would assume at this point that officers will be then taking us through, and our consultants will be taking us through the content of the report. And I'd like to ask if that would be carried out by Cassandra Clements, the Strategic Director concerned.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you very much.
I apologise, Cassandra.
That's fine. That's fine.
Thank
you very much for having me.
I do apologise. Sure you don't mind the thoughts, though. Shall we move on?
What is in a name, hey?
Hey.
Thank you very much. So, yes, as Councillor Malvasi said, I've got a couple of colleagues here with me today. I've got Oliver Fairs, who has helped with this report, and also Richard Walker from the North Essex Parking Partnership, who is our expert in parking. So, as Councillor Malvasi said, this report was prepared for Cabinet and so is set out in that fashion. So what I would like to do, if possible, is just draw attention to a number of areas that I'm sure people on Overview and Scrutiny Committee will have some questions about. A number of options were considered, and as you will, I'm sure, appreciate, the report had a number of iterations. All of this was based on a study that was took place in February last year. Definitely a quieter part of the year, that's acknowledged, to understand who was using the car parks for what reason and how long their stays were happening. So one of the major things that we have to make sure that we do is when any parking changes take place, that they have to be based upon some kind of strategic need. And therefore it was understanding who was using the car parks for what reason and for how long. And one of the major things that we saw was that turnover was a real issue in the car parks closest to our shops and town centres. The more outlying car parks were free, there were spaces free, there was availability, yet what we saw in the closer car parks were people queuing, people idling, and people certainly in Sudbury going around the gyratory system to come back and check the spaces out. One of the things that we were asked to look at was whether there was enough appropriate parking in our car parks, and what we saw from that data was that if people who were using car parks for long stays, such as commuting or going to work, if they were in our outerlying car parks, it would free up a good amount of availability in those closer. So you'll see in the report we refer to short stay and long stay, and that's what we mean by that. So people who are commuting or people who are going to work for a shift in the long stay car parks really does free up spaces in the short stay for those that need to pop in for that more shorter brief visit into the town centre. So just a bit of a background as to why we came up with the options that we did, really. It is noted that a much wider strategy review is needed for parking. This is literally the tip of the iceberg. This is the first bite into what needs to be looked at across the whole of Babergh to see what is needed in terms of the future, in terms of supporting further the vision work that's going on, and of course our growing population. So you'll see that the report touches on some of those, so some of the visioning and how it links into that. There is budgetary considerations in this as well, and as Councillor Malvesi said, every local authority really is always endeavouring to try and cover its costs. We are all in serious financial situations, and where we can, we need to try and cover those costs of those services. As Councillor Malvesi clearly stated, not only does this service not cover its costs, it's not investing in its service as well. One of my biggest beliefs is that someone visiting a place who parks in a car park, that is the start and the end of their journey. And no matter how good the visit was to the place that they were going, if they have a bad experience at the start and the end, I do wonder how much that taints them coming back again. And so investing in our car parks for me is a huge area that we want to see, and there currently simply isn't the ability to do that. So you'll see that there's a number of options below that were considered and a presented option that we have gone for, which is the option 2 preferred option. And I'll just talk you through briefly why we have done that. One of the things that I mentioned was the need to link any changes to a strategic reasoning. And that strategic reasoning predominantly is around those availability of spaces and using a tariff as a tool to help people change their behaviour. And so the 30-minute free option with then the structured tariff afterwards was chosen off the back of the data and off the back of information from our consultant here, Richard Walker, to try and change people's behaviours to park in the most appropriate car park. In our towns, we have got the luxury of a number of different car parks, which means that we can push longer stays out to the more outlying car parks and keep the shorter stays as close as possible. So just to round up, you'll see further the implications on the budget. There is an element there of investment, both in the car parks and also the aspiration to put some of the income over to the sustainable travel agenda that Councillor Malvesi spoke about as well. We do have a sustainable transport officer starting with the council shortly in the economy team under Fiona Duhamel. And that I think is going to bring some exciting opportunities that we really hope, if this decision does go through, that some of the income that comes from that will be pushed over to that to help cover some of the environmental implications that we would like to have. I know that's a whistle-stop tour, Chair, but I'm conscious that you have a number of things on the agenda and you wanted to try and keep it concise, so I'll stop there.
Well, I think, Cassandra, we can probably examine the report by questioning. We've got witnesses available, and I think that would be a valid way for us to proceed. Now, in preparing for this meeting, I've identified 6 points of examination that I think might be useful for members, and I think we should address, I'm suggesting we address the questioning in the same order. Those are the preparation of the report and the research involved, and I might include that I was going to make it a separate point, but also the levels and types of consultation, the research itself, and any future consultation and review that might be involved. So let's call that 1. 2 would be the structure of the proposed charging as illustrated in table 2. the changes, the differences in the locations and their needs, and the other parking provision in our town centres, because obviously our sites do not exist in isolation. The next item would be the very principle of subsidised parking, the cost of this, providing a subsidy, whether that is fair, and also the overall strategy that was referred to in both your remarks and those of Councillor Malvesi. The budget impact obviously is a key matter which we were going to examine anyway, and what budget alternatives might exist. So that has to be discovered. And finally, the COVID-19 impacts, which has come to dominate all aspects of council operations in the course of the last year, and perhaps will do so for the foreseeable future. So members, what I would like to ask is if we can ask our questions in those orders, starting off with the preparation of the report, the research, consultation, future consultation and review. So if we could address questions on that subject to officers for starters, and then we'll move on to the next subject and we'll see how we go from there. And if anything else emerges in the course of the meeting, so be it. We will follow up everything that is brought up. So questions from members. Councillor Jane Gould, actually, I think it says. It's got Jan here. I apologise, Jane. Councillor Gould, do you have any questions on that point? No? OK, we'll move on then to Councillor Adrian Osborne. No,
yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I was hearing crickets there for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this moment, I have no questions on this, and I'll defer comments later. Thank you.
OK, thank you. Councillor Mary McLaren.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I do have a question. This paper is very comprehensive and I think is a credit to those who have put it together. But what seems to me as an outsider, I'm not emotionally involved with the parking problem, is the subsidising of the car park, especially in Sudbury, has become the major focal point of the residents, and it's missing all the rest of that report. Was this anticipated by the group that put the report together, that this might become quite a very important point for the residents? We've seen it because we've all had information sent to us by various residents. This is really critical to them. Did the group not consider that that ought to be a separate issue to the main recommendations, which I'm going to support anyway, because the subsidising of the parking is not a new issue, I would assume. My question, perhaps, in addition to what I've said, is how long has Babergh District Council been subsidising the parking in Hadley and Sudbury? Thank you.
Substantive question there. How long have we been subsidising parking in our town centres for?
OK, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor McLaren, for the question. It's a very good question, actually, because the parking service has always had a subsidy. Because the only charges that have ever been in have been long stay charges, they've never come close to covering either the expenditure for the service nor development. So it has always had a subsidy.
Mm.
And you're right, sorry, just to answer that, I think there was a part question there, wasn't there, as well, which was the group did anticipate this, absolutely. I think when people see that they are subsidising a service that they don't use, there is always, to use your words, an emotional reaction, absolutely, and that's understood and appreciated. We didn't feel that there was any way of detangling that from this report, because all of the actions with it are so intertwined, it felt a little false to try and take that out of it. as Councillor Malvesi said, it's a very hard subject, and we just wanted to grasp the nettle, I guess, in one go.
Okay, I have questions awaiting from Councillors.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor McLennan.
Cassandra.
I have questions waiting from Councillors Dawson and Grandon, but Councillor Malvesi, you have your hand raised. Did you wish to comment on the last question?
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to say to the committee that having studied in Glasgow and walked the streets of the Gorbals canvassing, since then I have not encountered the, shall we say, the animosity that this motion has raised in certain quarters.
Point made, but I think we're trying to, we'd like to actually just put some remove the heat from the subject by a rational examination. Councillor Dawson, you're next, I think.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I think it's a very excellent report that came in and was very interesting reading. And one of the things that really concerned me about this, and I fully accept that clearly it has been subsidised, and I realise that parking payments will have to be introduced. But, I know you're new to this, Liz, but what I just find is quite extraordinary is that this has been brought in without any communication with the ward councillors, with Hadley Town Council. The mayor and the town council are all very, very upset, and it has been focused completely around Sudbury. And there's been absolutely no consultation with the stakeholders or shoppers and local residents in Hadley at this point in time. Now, we've got the comprehensive parking strategy review coming, 2021. So I just fail to understand, other than trying to slip this through, obviously, in the budget, why this was done in January without any communication or consultation. I mean, perhaps Cassandra, you might be able to.
That's the question. So the timing and the nature of the consultation.
Well, I just don't understand why they just sort of came out with this in January, because it smacks of being pushed through very quickly, hidden in the budget.
I think it's fairly clear that my structured points of examination are going to go by the wayside, and we're going to go at it bit by bit. That's fine. Whatever works. The main thing is
I've just done mine, actually. I've gone through the report given, which is very good, and I've gone through it. So, and because you suddenly announce your 6, I've just gone through the report quite logically. If you
I appreciate it. Absolutely. Look, let's take those questions that we just asked regarding the stakeholders, regarding the timing of preparation of the report. And I want to come back to that later. Cassandra, could you answer that for us, please?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Dawson, for the question. So the report, I'll take a step back. There has been a corporate objective for some time to look at parking in Babergh. So I've been with the council around 18 months now, and it was on my set of objectives when I came in to look at what is going on with the parking provision in Babergh. But the report itself has been in the process of being written since February last year, when we started the parking survey. I mentioned earlier about collecting the data on the uses of the car park. Originally, this was going to go to a November last year cabinet. Unfortunately, the COVID situation meant that we had to down tools on quite a few large pieces of important work, and so it's been pushed. So I appreciate the look of it coming right before the budget. It was supposed to be some months before, and I apologise for the delay in that. In terms of the involving stakeholders, I do agree. I think stakeholders are always essential to large strategic decisions. In this case, there was an initial phase of, is the car parking appropriate and what is it being used for, with the knowledge that a larger, fuller car parking strategy needs to be developed. They tend to take around a year and a half to do because of the amount of consultation that's undertaken in them. what we needed to do was address some issues within the town centres quicker, which is why we have looked at this separately and first. What I would say is that that wider strategy piece of work that we are recommending to happen absolutely would be stakeholders would be thoroughly consulted with. What I will just say is during if this were to go ahead, our parking orders have to be changed, and within that there is a statutory notice to put out to the public and to stakeholders to consult with them. So there is the opportunity with stakeholders to consult on these specific changes as part of that traffic order change.
Okay, Councillor Dawson, did you want to follow up on that?
Well, yes, because I mean you've made it quite clear here that it was pushed back from sort of February to November. So I'm presuming, by judging by the history, that this can be pushed back again further. Because what's really clear here, and we'll move on to this, is that the way in which the recommendations came about, very clearly. The way they were actually, it was done at a low impact point. It was a snapshot study. It's informal observations. Now, I think we need to discuss this a bit later on. So the point I'm trying to make here is you kept pushing it back. Suddenly the budget's coming along. You thought, oh, quickly put it in there because we need money. And actually, when you look at the figures here, I understand 63% of this is all Sudbury, and I understand that we need to introduce a tariff. There's no question about that. But for somewhere like Hadley, we've got a £45,000 deficit, and you're suddenly saying you're introducing these measures when you haven't actually looked at the impact. You talked about, all the reasons for doing it, to balance traffic management, environmental impacts. Actually, you haven't looked at any of that in Hadley or in Sudbury. So it's being rushed through. This is what's concerning me about all of this for both towns.
Okay.
But I fully accept a tariff has to be introduced,
Okay, we're at questions at the moment, and we don't want to enter into debate too fast. Councillor Grandon, you've been very patient. Would you like to ask any questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. In fact, Councillor Dawson has very well expressed some of the questions I was going to ask. I have some further ones. I'd be interested to know how much research you actually did in Hadley, as Councillor Dawson mentioned, because some of the aspects noted in the report for bringing in the objectives of charging for parking, such as churn, and you mentioned today searching for parking spaces, that actually doesn't happen very often in Hadley, perhaps when there's a particular event on, or on perhaps some Saturday mornings, but most of the time that doesn't happen. So you could maybe charge just for Saturday mornings, perhaps, if you wanted to change behaviour such as that. Not that I think that's necessary, but if that was one of your objectives, because we don't actually in Hadley have such a bad issue requiring regular churn, especially since we've had parking enforcement. Secondly, I agree completely with Councillor Dawson in questioning your reason for bringing it in at this time. I'd like to know why you brought it in for the January Cabinet meeting, when obviously not only COVID, but also the Christmas break meant that people couldn't get involved easily in the debate. It seemed to be done to specifically avoid public involvement. Right. So this is a big concern of mine. Also, we're here meant to be looking at the content of the report. Can I ask you why Dedham was included as a good example of a place to as an exemplary place. I visited Dedham many times during the summer, and it was complete chaos. So I find that quite interesting. People weren't using the car parks last summer. They were parking in the streets. So now I presume they must have been parking in the streets to avoid parking fees. There was complete chaos. You couldn't pass along the road.
Councillor Grandon.
So I'm interested to know why Dedham was chosen as an example. It's a village anyway, not a town. And I also think your other example of the other Essex example by the sea, West Mersey,
yes,
was a poor example as well. So I don't think they're comparable with the towns we have in Babergh.
Okay, right, we've got a lot.
Those are my initial questions.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I mean, there is a lot in there, but fundamentally, it's coming back to the preparation of the report, the inclusion of this. Can I just clarify one thing, though, if Councillor Grandon doesn't mind?
Yes.
I took the reading of the list of the car parks to be just that, a list. That although the report says town centre parking, it actually does include all parking provision within Babergh District Council's control, and I felt that was implicit in the report. So therefore, there would be reason for inclusion of Flatford Mill and so on. The comparisons are there as comparators. But Cassandra, could you comment on those questions, please?
Of course, yes. So just to cover what was done in terms of research, I believe that was the first question. So as I said, there was the initial data study, which was observations of offices done by a company called Alpha Parking, who are used by local authorities across the United Kingdom when it comes to parking surveys. So they visited on both weekdays and weekends to observe the journeys that people were having, the stays that people were having, I apologise, as to the turnover and the type of length of stays. And that's what we used to be able to gather some data. We also used, where possible, we've got ticket machines that are used even if people are having a free stay. So there's a number of car parks where you still have to take a ticket. So between the two, that's where the data came from. And then also, as I've said, with me today is a colleague, Richard Walker, from the North Essex Parking Partnership, who we have used as a consultant, who has got a vast amount of experience in parking and also works alongside the British Parking Association. So his expert knowledge of other areas was used as well. Hopefully that answers the first question. The second question around the timing. So I'm very sorry if councillors feel that this was done to hide this report in any way. That simply isn't the case. So this report was due to go to November. The COVID situation has absolutely overwhelmed officers in many areas of the council, and we have had to down tools to be able to respond to both the ongoing recovery effort, but also the growing response effort. So it was pushed from November. The work started in February and it was due to go to the November cabinet, and it was pushed because of that. I think the amount of interaction that we've had from the public in both the petition and in questions to councillors shows that people absolutely did see the paper, read it and respond to it. So I don't think we've got any issue with people not being able to take part in the democratic process. And Councillor McCraw actually started to answer my third question there, but I'll just
sorry.
Thank you very much. No, not at all. But I'll just add to that. I'm sorry if you think they're poor examples. I actually thought, because Dedham is shared border with us and has two very good car parks there, that was an excellent example. And the other one, West Mersey, just shows that tourist attraction that we've got in Babergh as well, where people go to visit. I have got Richard Walker with me, as I said, who happens to manage those two particular car parks. So if there's any questions specifically about those, then I'm happy to bring him in. But I'm not entirely entirely sure what the question was about the examples, or just whether it was they weren't accepted.
So if I can come back on that Dedham point just quickly, because I know
Sure.
it's not a central point. I found if that is the situation that results from introducing parking, that is not a very good advocate for bringing in parking fees, because I found complete and utter chaos there when I visited many times last summer, because people were trying to avoid parking there because they were all parked in the streets to avoid parking fees. So I would say that would be a reason to not create a very well managed situation.
Chair, may I just come back on that point then, just to clarify? Thank you.
We'll move, if we may, to Councillor Dawson.
Of course. So I'll bring in Richard Walker, because I think he could probably give you some specifics about the usage of that car park. Certainly my knowledge of, I previously used to work for Colchester Borough Council, and so know Dedham fairly well on the Essex side. On the Essex side and the Babergh side, there have been issues with on-street parking for quite some time, and what tends to happen is there is on the border, on street, parking restrictions were put in to try and deal with the ongoing issues on street, and that has pushed the issue into Babergh somewhat. My understanding, and I'll let Richard substantiate this if it's its case, is that it's not that people are trying to avoid car parking at all. It's that Dedham gets overwhelmed with tourists. It is an exceptionally popular place for people to go, on top of people dog walking in the villages using it. So, but I'll bring in Richard Walker at this point, who I think could probably give you a better answer of the kind of usage of that car park.
Thanks, Cass. Good morning, everybody. I manage North Essex Parking Partnership, 6 districts across North Essex, so we share quite a long border with Braintree, Colchester, and almost tendering with the Babergh district. Dedham is an interesting place. Lots of cars, too many cars on occasion, and that's really as brought in as an example of somewhere that charging has been introduced to show that introducing charging doesn't keep people away. Now, part of the issue with Dedham is also the Flatford side, which is in Babergh, Suffolk side, and charging used to be introduced at Flatford to dissuade people from parking there, but instead use Dedham, where there were more parking facilities, and to take a walk along the river and visit Flatford and all of the amenities that the Stour Valley has to offer. Since that's happened, of course, Dedham has now become overwhelmed by people choosing to park at Dedham. But there we are. The car park is in fact very, very well used, and we've got our own statistics to suggest that. And there's some overflow parking, as you rightly say. But too many cars is the problem there. So the introduction of charging doesn't, in fact, keep people away from places. Quite the reverse, it would seem. And the West Mersey was introduced into the report as well, to show that managing parking by way of controls, and there we have a free stay and then some introduced charging, helps manage the car park. We had a particular problem with High Street there, where people were parking all day and preventing people from going to the local shops in West Mersey, which is the town, from shopping there. And the introduction of charging there has been welcomed by the town council since it's been introduced, and has really helped manage the way that works. There's some other examples in the report as well, with Nantwich and Bridport and Helmsley, all sort of towns. I was thinking of towns of a similar sort of size, all of which I've knowledge of as well, and can say that it works very, very well in those places as well. I've visited those. I've visited Hadley quite a lot. I live not too far distant, even though I manage parking in Essex. I know exactly what goes on in Hadley, and have used the town centre in Hadley a lot there. There's some other issues going on there in terms of the investment and the layout of things, which are included in the report, which are as pertinent as some of the other things to Hadley. And the investment, of course, does cost some money, but we need to start by thinking about that balance from transportation, the environment, and the town centre vitality and support of all our policies. So it's important to have that balance, I think, when we're thinking about things like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walker. Councillor Dawson, you wanted to come back, I believe? Or was it Councillor Grandon next? I wasn't sure there.
Sorry. Yes, Cassandra, if I can just come back. What you haven't really addressed in here at all is when the reports were done, the reason for the decision making, etc. You've sort of gone to Sudbury, but you haven't looked. You know, it's comparing Hadley and Sudbury and the rural areas out where Mary is. You know, you haven't actually looked at the displacement of the traffic. And you seem to have applied a universal tariff, which I can't quite understand why. And I'm still not getting an answer from you as to why this is not being pushed back. In Sudbury, you've obviously looked at it very carefully. Hadley, you haven't. And why this is not being pushed back till after the parking strategic review. I mean, we've got, you know, you've shown quite clearly there are certain things for Lavenham, so they've been excluded. But I can't understand why you're applying all this on Hadley when absolutely no research has been done there. And I can't understand how the cabinet member either is letting this go through without any, you know, they've not gone and done any proper research.
Perhaps, Cassandra, we could have the officers involved in the preparation of the report. This was something I was wanting to move to, where we could actually ask how the preparation of the report was done, the timing involved. There is one point I thought I should make, is that it's become apparent to me in researching and preparing for this meeting that some of this constraint on time, obviously planned for November, had to be brought through to January. Bringing it up now, if we don't do it now, am I correct in thinking that we would miss the opportunity to put it into this year's budget, and it would have to wait till next year's budget? Now, I'm not sure the situation that exists at the moment is necessarily sustainable, so I don't think this is necessarily a planned exercise. I think this is just a matter of fact, is that we've got no choice but to do it but now.
Alistair, could I just come back to you on that comment? This doesn't have to be applied to the whole of the district. Very clearly, looking at the figures here, sorry, can I finish?
Well, you can, but we're in questions at the moment, and I'm just trying to elicit answers to questions.
Sorry, if I can just come back, because you're leading us on. Is you're suggesting that we can actually take towns out of this and put other, you know, 65% of this is Sudbury, and I fully accept tariffs need to be introduced, as I do in Hadley as well. Let's be really clear about this, but it's the options and the way it's being done, and we'll be moving on to that. I
have tried to suggest that we try to keep some of these comments on individual matters and individual towns away from this meeting. We're looking at the report here. We're not examining the individual concerns of Hadley or Sudbury in this instance. We're looking at the report as a totality. Now, I would like to have the questioning directed towards the report rather than some specific examples. Those, I think, would be better raised, as I have suggested, at tomorrow's council meeting, simply for a matter of going through this report systematically and doing it justice. Now, at the moment, I think we're getting a little bogged down in these individual matters. So what I'd like to do now is to move on to the structure of the proposed charging, because that seems to me to be a large portion of the issue. I understand you're raising your hand, Councillor Grandon, but I think for the moment we should need just to move on. We will have an opportunity for everybody to speak again and come back in the debate section, but it seems to me a lot of the questioning is largely making debating points.
Okay, I have a question that's relevant to that.
Fine. Can we come back to that? Well, can I come out with the question I've got here, and then we'll come back to you?
Yes, my question is concerning proposed charging anyway. So
that's fine. Let's move to that point, because I did want to ask some questions about the scale and structure of the charging. And one of my points was, what other parking provision exists within these communities that is not controlled by Babergh District Council? I wonder if somebody could describe the other parking provisions and the sort of level of charging held in those.
Sure, thank you very much, Chair. So I know Richard has done a lot of work on what other parking provision is around in terms of car parks, but what I would just add is that clearly there is on-street parking that is not charged for, that is managed by the Highway Authority, Suffolk County Council. So there is all of the normal bay parking and on-street parking that is available. That there is no, Suffolk County Council don't charge for any of their on-street car parking currently.
Is that both high streets, Cassandra, or just the one? I mean,
That's
is that
both.
Sudbury and Hadley?
That's everywhere. So it's Sudbury, Hadbury, Lavenham, Chelmerdiston. There is a lot of on-street parking that is still available, either just through it's on street and there are no traffic orders in place, or through bay parking. So actually, for instance, Market Hill in Sudbury is thought of as a car park. It's actually on street car parking, and it is managed by Suffolk County Council.
There is a Suffolk County Council overall strategy referred to in the report, and it's one of the supporting documents. Does that describe any change in thinking regarding Suffolk County Council's policy for on-street parking? And what length of time can one park for free, for example, on these high street parks?
So there will be, if there is no traffic regulation order in place and therefore no lines, then you can park for as long as wanted. There isn't a restriction. Some places have restrictions, so some say maximum of 3 hours. Some of the bay parking, for instance, may have restrictions of 30 minutes in some of our high streets, but it's all free, and they all depend on the traffic regulation order that's in place. So it's a little hard to say exactly what, because they're going to be different in different places.
I had a description supplied to me that you could park, for example, in Hadley High Street for 1 hour for free. Is that accurate?
I see. Yes, indeed.
That is an accurate statement. I mean,
that's right.
I'm not a driver, but I have been in many cars which have had to park. I usually am the one who has to pay the parking fee. So I'm quite used to these up and down the country. OK, that was my first point. The structure of the charging is interesting to me. I look at the structures and I see what I'd have to say seem to be relatively small figures. 50p a pound and £2 for the most part, and all day parking for £4 in many cases. Now, I seem to recall, and I'm pretty sure I'm right, that parking costs in multi-storey car parks in Colchester and Ipswich and maybe Bury St Edmunds are considerably higher than that. Is that accurate? And again, I haven't been into some of these places for nearly a year now, for obvious reasons. Are the figures much lower than? I mean, you have comparators in other authorities, and you have, and regardless of whether people think they are directly comparable, we have comparators from across the country. Are we satisfied that those are reasonable figures that describe a situation that does exist across the country?
That's right, Chair. So I'll bring Richard Walker in on this point, because he was fundamentally responsible for what that structure would look like on the basis of his experience of what other people charge. What I will just say is that we did believe, in comparison to what others charge, our neighbours and further afield, that these were far more modest charges than are being used in other tariffs. But I'll hand over to Richard to talk about that structure.
Thank you very much. So the parking tends to follow the destination's offer, and the amount of parking that is provided tends to reflect the sort of offer that the town has. So we've looked around at some of the other places I mentioned earlier across the country nationally and also locally, and these sorts of places that are quite similar to Sudbury and Hadley do have similar sorts of tariff to this. And the larger towns tend to have a slightly higher tariff. Now, the reason for the tariff isn't firstly to make money. The reason for the tariff is to try and get people to think about the type of stay they're having, the type of trips they're making, and to some degree to influence people to try and use a different mode of transport if they possibly can. And a relatively small or short change in the way people travel, the modes people use, has quite a big impact on the congestion on the network. So for things like longer stays, that's the reason those tend to be higher, and the influence there is to try and get people to use other modes. Now, parking at the curbside, you've mentioned, parking is free. There's a hierarchy of control generally in that spaces tend to be shorter stays in the high street nearer the town centre, and that's really for popping into the shop, and there's a very high churn there. But where you'd really like people to park for a longer stay is in the car park. That's why you have car parks. There's a very good tool that Suffolk County has called TraffWeb, which shows you the types of stays that can be made at the curbside. And the hierarchy of control there includes residential parking and some other different techniques to control, like double yellow lines and other controls as you stretch down the roads that lead into the town centres. So parking generally is a function of the thing that's available there, and to look around at other places, to look around at the demand, to look around at the other types of influences that we're trying to both now and in the future try to manage. So we looked at the visioning for a bit further forwards as well, and the sorts of things that might happen in the future to try and put a tariff in which is going to manage the sorts of parking with the available space we've currently got. So there's the reasoning behind the tariff structure. Now, what we'd like people to do, because we've looked at the length of stays, the average lengths of stays, the most common stays, the types of stays that there have been, where people pay, we'd like that to give a lot more value to the length of stay that people have. So if they were to put in 50p, they'd stay for the whole hour. And at the moment, some of those stays are much shorter. So there's all sorts of different influences going on there. And as soon as you scratch the surface on this, as we've already discovered, the thing becomes far more complex a matter than just saying, oh, we'll pop a pound on there or something. It does get much more detailed than that when you start to look at the other impacts. So we're trying to get a tariff in there that reflects the sort of provision that there is, the sort of churn that we want in the spaces, and the popularity of the car parks at the moment, and also as a byproduct of that, which is some income which can pay for investment and improvement as we go on. And there we are.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walker. Councillor McLaren next, I think. We'll come back to you, Councillor Grandon, though. Councillor McLaren.
Can I address a question to Mr. Walker? Is that acceptable, Chairman?
Of course it is. Yes, that's what we're here for.
Can I ask if he reviewed Shotley Peninsula in relation to or even Cassandra, about we are very short of car parks in Shotley Peninsula, and we're a big tourist attraction. Anglian Water have just put up their parking. I'd be interested in Richard's comment on that. Anglian Water have just put up their tariff in Alton Water. What that has done to my villages is push all the traffic into quiet lanes, cart tracks, and in fact in Tattingstone they've had to ask the county council to make some provision on the roads. And so I would like, as a Peninsula councillor, to know perhaps what we can do and what we can look forward to. Thank you.
Can I just ask for a reference, Councillor McLaren, what sort of level the Anglian Water parking fee is for that site?
Alistair, when I asked the question, I realised that I hadn't actually checked. It was at one time, I think it was like £4 for all day. Yeah. I think they've pushed that up, because when the last time I parked there, that's what it cost.
Yeah. I recall, because I'm nearby you, I recall it being something like that. But I think it's certainly £2 to £3 even for a short stay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not in the same ballpark as perhaps this, although perhaps at a recreational site one might be expecting to spend more time there. I mean, it's a question of usage. I think Mr. Walker has referred to that. This is about usage and cost usage as a trade-off, one against the other. Now, I have quite a few hands up. I have Councillor Grandon, Councillor Osborne and Councillor Dawson. So we'll take those. Councillor Grandon, you were first, then Councillor Dawson and then Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased that Mr. Walker mentioned the word offer in his talk to us, because when you compare the offer of both Sudbury and Hadley with some of the places that were mentioned, they're not really comparable. And then again, if you compare the offer of Sudbury compared with Hadley, they're not really comparable. Sudbury, I mean, I love my town, Hadley, but we haven't got a world-class museum in Hadley. We haven't got the number of shops that Sudbury has. We haven't got we haven't got a good bus service as an alternative to parking. We do not have a decent bus service in Hadley, so you cannot expect people to look to public transport. So we're not comparable places, but looking at the fee structure, the fees you're planning to charge are comparable, only offering 30 minutes free for Hadley. You know, we want people to stay longer. We want people to stay, you know, a good 2 or 3 hours, really. We want them to use all our facilities, our walk and our hospitality and so on, not just the shops. We have a lot of hospitality in our high street, and that's increasing. You can't do that in half an hour or an hour. You need 2 or 3 hours. We would like them to come here, and we want to encourage people to stay, not to dissuade them. So I'm concerned about the structure of the pricing, and also comparing the, I'm not sure, you give 3 options, I do see, but they're not that dissimilar from each other. So I'm not sure why Hadley and Sudbury, with their 2 completely different offers, are compared. You know, we're a much smaller town, you know, 10,000 and a smaller offer and so on. Please could you explain how you how the end result is fairly similar, please?
The reasons for the differences, effectively, Councillor Grandon, yes?
Yes, or lack of difference.
Well, yeah, okay, fine. The structure, again, we come back to the structure. Any thoughts?
And sorry, if you might have covered some of this earlier, but I lost my line earlier. So I do apologise if you've already covered this, because I don't know what I've missed. Sorry.
No problem at all, Councillor Grandon, that's fine. So the structures are different in Sudbury and Hadley, and I'll bring Richard Walker in a second as well, and very much for the reasons that you've just said, in that the users of Hadley do tend to stay that longer period. So hence why in the if we look at the preferred option or the recommended option for Sudbury, you'll see 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, whereas in Hadley there's the 30 minutes free and then it's a full 3 hour period. So for me they are different and they are reflective of the users, but I'll pass over to Richard to talk a bit more about that structure.
Yeah, they're different, and they've been looked at in comparison with the type of town, the type of stay there are. But it is all parking, isn't it? The problem is going to be, if it isn't already evident, one of too many cars. And the thing about bus services versus cars, we've almost got ourselves into the situation because bus services will only exist where passengers use them, and that's something that we one day need to get back to providing and using. We all take our part in travelling appropriately and making the right journeys at the right times. So this is about having the right space in the right place at the right time for the right trip. It's about having the right churn in the parking spaces are there and for the future as well. The next couple of years, we think it's going to be very popular when we're all allowed out once again. I have been looking at Hadley, as I said, very regularly. I live not too far away from Hadley, so I've been looking at Hadley since about 1978, in actual fact, and have quite a lot of history in my mind about the things that have changed and the sort of offer that you get in Hadley versus what happens in Sudbury. It's a nice, unique little town full of independence, and that is its offer. And with the tariff structure that we've got on there, pay £1 and get 3 hours, and that's the sort of thing that the car park can currently sustain. But again, we're thinking about saying maybe take the choice and the type of stay that you have so that you make space available for others to come and use it, and then invest that in making the space so that it can be turned over a bit more appropriately. So if we marked the bays slightly wider, might be quite a lot more easy to use. For instance, a Magdalen Road car park, which is quite difficult to get in and out of some of the space, and you see hit and miss parking along the long parking bays at the moment because vehicles have grown in size over those 40 years or so. And SUVs now much larger than what we'd have been driving 40 years ago, and we need to make those changes. And the consequence of having charging in there is some income, and that can be reinvested in making improvements back into the car parks. So it's a little bit circular. It's all a parking problem. It's about too many cars, but it's about trying to balance the right sort of provision against the right sort of stays and influencing around the edges people to make the right choices.
May I come back, please? What I would like to influence more, if we had to introduce parking, would be times of day. The car park's hardly used during the week. There are cars, but it's not busy. We don't have an issue with churn. We'd like people to come during the week and use our services.
Perhaps that could be left for debate, Councillor Grandon, because I think we've still got some ground to cover before we come.
And we have no other car parks, and people will use the roads. And the other thing I would just like to say is the impact on our hospitality and retailers by bringing in charging at all.
Okay, so we've got a number of points, but I think there's a best left for debate, if you don't mind my saying.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Dawson and Councillor Osborne. And if we could please keep this, we are running on a lengthy time today. I'm quite happy to do that. The job has to be done properly, if it's to be done at all. But if we can keep our questions succinct, I'd be grateful.
Richard, coming back to what you're saying then, do you accept, and clearly I hopefully will acknowledge the fact that with these tariffs, the report, the impact was done in February. Now, let's be really honest, 64 minutes. Most people, whether they're younger or older, this was done in Sudbury. It's the coldest time of the year. Would you accept that perhaps if the study had been done in July, that most people would be staying an hour and a half, perhaps 2 hours, and therefore really this should have been an hour rather than 30 minutes, and really we should be, that ought to be reflected in these tariffs, and actually that option isn't in here. And it slightly surprises me. You've picked to do your study the worst time of the year, because the average person doesn't really stay 60. If you were to take that throughout the year, it's a lot longer. So I would like to see the periods here certainly extended to a minimum in Sudbury, if not more, maybe in Hadley, accepting that we need to introduce charges. But I think the time period needs to be ramped up because nobody can do anything in 30 minutes. And it's obvious that this is going to displace traffic. And then we're completely losing the balance of what we're trying to achieve here.
I think the thing about February is it's the least popular time of the year. And even at that time of the year, the car parks were getting to be full. So if you interpolate that through to the busier times of the year, you'll see that people are looking for spaces that aren't there. And they're not there because they're being filled by people that are parking in the wrong place for too long. And that's what the design of the tariff is there to try and promote a change to. So we're trying to stop long stay or longer stays of nearly 3 hours in the shoppers' car parks, move those stays out of the town centre so that you can move other shoppers' stays in and reuse those spaces more than once for the people who are making the 1 or 2 hour stays, and then the churn is there. But also spread those stays out throughout the day by differently promoting the car parks and differently promoting the offer of the town. For everybody to try and get a space at 10 or 11 o'clock in the morning and stay for 3 hours is not very sustainable. You really want those stays to be spread out throughout the day and to be able to reuse that space more than once to get the best benefit out of it. So there's the benefit of trying to introduce the controls of the tariffs. The study was done in February.
Sorry, you're going off a bit of a tangent. I'm specifically referring here to the fact this is about generating income. Let's be really clear about it. This is not about balance. This is about generating income to plug the gap in Sudbury. So that's why you've done 30 minutes, because every single person will have to pay. And all I'm suggesting here is, because you've done your reporting at a bad time of the year, you know that every person is going to have to pay. And you don't seem to be looking at the balance here at all.
We're back into debate now, Councillor Dawson. I'd like to bring in Councillor Osborne with a question, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is based on what we're on your 6 points about the budget. What is the
somebody remembers them?
What is the impact, if you can clarify, what is the impact on the budget if the free parking time was kept as is? Can I have the figures, please?
Hello, Councillor Osborne. Sorry, could I just clarify for you? So if when you say the figures as is how the budget is now? What
is the impact on the budget as it is now? Yeah, if the free parking was kept as it is now.
Are you referring to not these proposals, but the previously existing ones?
Absolutely.
Indeed. Yeah. Okay. Right. So the current parking budget runs at £185,000 deficit. So if we keep parking as it is, just with the long stay charges in, that's what the Babergh budget shows.
With the subsidiary fact that the parking provision and the state is not sustainable, the car parks are deteriorating and the machines are out of date.
That's correct. So that doesn't include any further investment in them. So that isn't with a maintenance program.
There's something of a double whammy. This is not purely for raising of revenue. It is in fact, in part, a matter of reinvestment into parking provision in these places. Okay. Now, is that your question complete, Councillor Osborne?
No, I would like the figures for this. How does it present itself in numbers, please?
I thought that.
I'm just scrolling down. So in 6.5 onwards, you'll see table 4A, 4B, and they show the current budget for the service. If you would like a further breakdown of that, though, Councillor Osborne, I'm very happy to send you a further breakdown of the full expenditure.
Is that page 13, tables 4A, 4B and 5?
That's right, yes, page 13.
Do you want the net, Adrian, for Sudbury?
No, that was fine. Thank you, Cassandra. That's wonderful.
It is a net cost of 185k as shown in table 4B. The top figure, which I think was the figure you were quoting, Cassandra.
Yeah, that's correct.
I haven't had an opportunity to thank Cassandra for that report, but no doubt she's aware that I'm very.
I'd like to ask some questions myself now, based on one of the points, which is the very principle of subsidised parking, cost, fairness, and the strategy overall. I'd just like to ask officers and the consultant, Mr. Walker, whether the provision of 3 hours free parking is anything like a normal provision across the country in his experience or an officer's experience, and what extent free parking would normally be provided for in similar market towns. And there may be differences between Hadley and Sudbury, but their fundamental character is that of a market town, but perhaps of slightly differing sizes, and one has a greater catchment area, but fundamentally that's what they appear to me from my own travels across the United Kingdom. So is this normal?
Thank you, Councillor McCraw. I will bring in Richard there because he does actually manage parking in a number of market towns, and so I think can accurately answer that question.
Yes, 6 districts that I manage across North Essex. That's the rural part of Essex that I manage. No, it's very unusual to have such a long period of free parking in any of them. There's all sorts of different offers for the type of town and the offer that the town has to provide. And I think the individual and unique nature of each town is what needs to be considered there, in conjunction with the wider transportation needs of the area. Too many cars, too many trips at the wrong time is always going to cause a problem. And one of the things that transportation people are trying to resolve is the use of the network and how busy places are, balanced against the environmental considerations of congestion and air quality management. And this is one of the tools in the box, is to try and make people think differently about the journey they're making when they're making it, and how appropriate it is to make it or in the mode they're choosing. So yes, I've travelled widely across the country myself. Cornwall, very touristy. Devon and Dorset, again, quite touristy, quite rural in rural Dorset. There, I've mentioned Bridport in the report. If you have a look in the northwest, there's big draws of big cities, Manchester and Liverpool, Stoke-on-Trent, but some of the other smaller towns there also have charging involved, but again, reflecting the completely different nature of that. If you look at Yorkshire, York is a very big pool. You've got Leeds on the doorstep and the coast, but again, charging is pretty much universal there, with one or two exceptions in the likes of Thirsk, but there's a very, very large market square at Thirsk.
Any free parking provided?
That's the only one that I can think of is the Thirsk area in North Yorkshire, where there was a parking disc that used to be used there.
But all the places you've named, Richard, aren't really comparable. You're comparing apples and pears, talking about Leeds and Dorset. I mean, Lavenham, Lavenham isn't including any tariffs, are they? And that's
once again we're getting
debate,
into debate.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do now is I suggest are there any more questions on the paper itself or any information that you want to bring out from the officers? I do have one point I've just checked out. Alton Water's current charges are £1.70 for the first hour, £3.70 for up to 3 hours, and £6 for 5 hours stay, by which time you'd have just enough time to cycle around the whole lake. Right. So if there are no more questions, Councillors Grandon and Dawson, you both have your hands raised, but I hope this is for questions.
Yeah, just one more. It's about the enforcements, actually. With these new options, do we have how much, if we would get anywhere from 160 to 580,000, how much of that proportion is enforcements?
Okay. Is enforcement actually involved in this report, officers?
Well, yes, it says 6.9. 6.9, tables 4B and 5 do not include costs from patrols and enforcement. So has that been taken into consideration?
Do we receive those is the question.
And my question's to do with enforcement as well.
Okay. So do we actually receive any income from enforcement, or is it more or less a cost neutral thing to avoid congestion? I mean, those are the 2 points that come to my mind, because sure. I recall from the congestion, from the enforcement policy that this was not expected to be producing any form of surplus.
Absolutely. So I can confirm what's going on with enforcement. So we have a service level agreement with both Ipswich Borough Council and West Suffolk Council, who share the enforcement across Babergh and also Mid Suffolk Council. We're about to come to our end of our first year. So it started on the 6th of April last year, though clearly during COVID, we agreed to stop charging in car parks, and therefore we stopped enforcing in car parks for that same period. So we haven't had a normal year. However, the cost of enforcing our car parks is highly unlikely to be covered by the income coming back from that enforcement. So at the end of March, we will have a client meeting with Ipswich and with West to see what income has come back from those parking tickets, and that will be used to offset the cost of that enforcement. We're not looking at upping our enforcement at all. All our towns get, all our car parks get 1 or 2 visits a day, Monday to Saturday, excluding bank holidays. And so we are saying that we'll continue with that same patrol regime no matter what happens with this report.
Thank you very much. Councillor McLaren, you have your hand raised. You have a question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is a bit tongue-in-cheek, really, question. There's been so much negative publicity about Sudbury. Have we had any positive reaction from the residents who are going to gain residential permits to park in Mill Lane car park overnight? They're a group of people that should benefit from this
That's an interesting point. Any comments on that?
So that was an element that was brought up by one of our cabinet members from the area who has been in touch with those residents previously, and they have been requesting for some time some resident parking because there clearly there is nothing for their in terms of their own driveways, and there's certainly nothing on street anywhere near them. That would be something again. So we know that it's a need there, and we know that the residents are up for that. However, we do a full consultation, as I said previously, when we look to change the parking order to get their views represented.
And the cost could be fairly described as pretty modest comparison with some city centre provisions for parking permits. The costs in places like Edinburgh is through the roof. I mean, you literally take out a mortgage on one, or included in your mortgage costs. No, I'm sorry, that was irrelevant. I have a quick question, and Councillors Dawson and Grandon, you still have your hands raised. Do you have further questions?
Yes.
Well, I'm just wondering why we're sort of talking about Edinburgh here, and as you know, cycling is subsidised.
I did admit it was irrelevant, but of course,
I know, but cycling is subsidised, isn't it? And so, yeah, hang on, cycling is subsidised, and I do think that certainly within this portfolio, there needs to be some form of subsidy.
What sort of subsidy is cycling subsidised by? I'm somewhat confused by that thought.
Well, we're always being asked.
We can keep that for conversation at another time.
Yeah. I think we need to, looking at the motorists, what we don't want to be doing is penalising the motorists, and we should be thinking some form of subsidy ought to be considered here.
All right. Well,
and there's no mention certainly on page 1 here, there's no mention at all for the reason for decision is this is just about plugging the finances, and it just kind of, I don't know why they don't just sort of say that.
That's entirely fair, Councillor Dawson, but we're coming into debate, so if you've no questions, I will move on. Councillor Grandon, you have a question before we go to debate? Yes,
I've got 2 questions. One, why did you do this before the impact of enforcement was known? Because we have very little churn issue in Hadley, and that is even more so after enforcement, which is working very well in Hadley and is catching a lot of people out. Second, you don't seem to have considered the COVID impacts. That was going to be 0.5 on your list,
yes,
Chair, and we don't seem to have discussed that at all with regard to the timing of the implementation of the proposed fees. So on my second question is regarding the COVID impacts and timing. I think that we don't know when we've got things changing a lot in the country at the moment with vaccinations, but we don't actually know when the impact of COVID is going to make people feel safe going out again, enable shops to start making money again, and hospitality. So it's going to take them a long time to recover. Some of the places on our high street are already in a difficult position, even pre-COVID. Now we have COVID, and we all know, don't need to go into the details of how this has impacted hospitality. Why bring it in July? I think we need to wait till
well, that's the point for debate. We've got the question. We've got the question, Councillor Grandon. I'm sorry to cut you off here, but we really are overrunning.
Okay.
Frankly, we're repeating ourselves, if you don't mind my saying so. Now, so the question here, I think, is COVID-19.
I've got one third question.
Okay.
is there going to be, have you considered residents parking? Because obviously displacement will have an impact on the streets around the town.
Okay.
Many streets are close enough to park in and then just walk into the high street and so on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So to answer the COVID question, the report was written in December, when at the time that there was uncertainty about whether there would be a further national lockdown. Clearly now we are in it and we know that. And Councillor Malvesi did mention earlier about the this item being here today, and also the petition going to council tomorrow could possibly end in some changes to the report and a new report going in February. So I don't think there's probably much further I can say on that, but clearly it will be responding to the current situation as opposed to when this report was written in December.
And in fact, just from the point of view of that was mentioned in the introduction that the report that would be considered by Cabinet in February is likely to be slightly different. And we ourselves will play a part in making that difference in any recommendations we may wish to make. So what I propose to do now, I think, because we've covered most things, there was one thing that I would have thought the COVID-19 impacts, is this correct? Even when it was being considered in January, the effects of the new strains were not clear. Is there a capacity, should it be necessary? I note that there is Appendix B shows a timeline for various parts of the process that carry through to year 2, but literally take place across all 4 quarters of 2021, and that is starting in April, I assume. Is there a possibility, is it potentially possible to delay implementation of certain aspects of this by 3 months or by 6 months? And is that feasible within budget constraints and within practical constraints?
So thank you, Chair. It is possible and feasible to delay implementation. To answer the budget question, the budget gets agreed on the 4th of February, so it wouldn't be included in that. But in terms of implementation, yes, it is possible and feasible to delay the implementation date.
So the budget impacts would have to be dealt with separately.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. If there are no further questions.
My other questions haven't been answered.
Oh, my apologies. Which one was that?
So
there's one on resident parking.
Resident parking, my apologies.
That's correct.
Really?
Displacement, yes, absolutely. So the Babergh District Council published an area parking plan the year before last, which encourages residents who have issues with parking to contact us and talk to us about alternative solutions. Now, obviously, on street, as I mentioned earlier, is controlled by Suffolk County Council, but absolutely district councils play a part in supporting residents getting changes made to their areas that are more appropriate for what's going on. And actually lockdown, once civil parking enforcement came in on the 4th of April last year, lockdown had a great effect on that. Many more people were parking at home, and people found that there were many more issues coming up with on-street parking. And as a district council, we've already been supporting communities on the process of how to get that changed. And that could be a number of different things. It could be paid parking, it could be resident permits. It's really for Suffolk County Council to decide. However, we are supporting a number of residents in applying to Suffolk County Council to get those changed in their areas. So absolutely, we would continue to do that if that became an issue with displacement.
Okay, thank you very much.
And the other question you didn't answer was regarding why did you choose to do, obviously we didn't know that COVID was about to affect the world, but you chose February as your time to examine things instead of when you knew that enforcement was imminent, and that would have a great impact on churn and so on.
Has it had such an impact?
So
my question would be, though, I don't know.
Hasn't Hadley.
One thing I can say is that even in February, we were not sure that the statutory instrument was going to be laid in Parliament for CPE to happen. So we didn't know that until a little later on, and it's been coming for a number of years now. We had to do the survey at some point. That was the point it was done at. It wasn't for any other reason, and actually enforcement would not have necessarily changed the data that would have got. People were going and staying anyway, and the predominant amount of people park properly and correctly and don't get a ticket, and so the enforcement would not have had that much relevance on the data.
My thought was just that the enforcement has been very difficult to roll out, as it would have been under COVID-19. It was almost impossible to actually get the enforcement teams out on sites or in the localities to be able to do their job. So it's very difficult to judge one way or the other. I'm now going to move to debate. I do see Councillor Osborne's hand up. Was that a question?
I have a question too.
Sorry, Councillor Dawson, apologies. Councillor Osborne and Councillor Dawson.
Adrian, do you want to go?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I say, I'll take it we're going into debate now, and that's what
we will after Councillor Dawson's last question.
Oh, God.
Councillor Osborne, Councillor Dawson.
Yes, perhaps I should direct this more at Liz. You state quite clearly in the modelling that a number of alternative strategies have been discussed. And I just wonder whether you can clarify what these alternative strategies were and why they were discarded for the report.
Thank you, Councillor Dawson. As you well know, I'm not actually involved in the modelling, so I will defer to Richard Walker, who is the modeller, to respond on my behalf.
Were these? It says here they were discussed though. Were they not discussed at cabinet level then?
They were, but the different modelling was more on the pricing structure. But I think your question is actually more intended on the policy and on the strategy and policy.
No, I just want a summary of what the alternatives for people who are watching, what the alternative strategies were.
They're in the report.
There are three options presented in the report.
But sorry, Alistair, these are alternative strategies which were discussed in the cabinet meeting and they were discarded. So we don't need to drill down too much. I mean, I know some algorithms were done and I wouldn't expect apparently, I wouldn't expect detail on that. But if Liz could just give a brief what the alternative strategies they discussed were and why they were dismissed.
The alternative strategies were option 1, 2 and 3, and they were discussed at great length.
Okay, I also note that we have. I also note, Councillor Dawson.
Not flat charging. Sorry,
Councillor Malvisi, please, if you can help answer this question, that'd be great.
No, those were the options. Personally speaking, there are other options.
Yeah, it does say they were discarded for the report, so I'm assuming that doesn't include option 1 and 3.
Option 1 and option 3 were discarded, and the cabinet settled on option 2.
I'm not sure if this is. I'm not sure this is going to lead us anywhere.
No, I don't think so either.
But we do have. I note Appendix A, which gives the principles and interventions that are necessary to describe the entire approach, and I think that probably seems to me a good introduction to what will be an emerging strategy, because actually a strategy review is part of the potential recommendations.
Exactly.
So I'd now like to open things up for debate, unless Councillor Osborne has a question. I have an order for debate, and this is basically because of the nature of remote meetings. A free-for-all can be complicated. So I'll ask Councillor Mary McLaren if she would like to open the debate, and then we'll move on through the other councillors in the order I have in front of me. Everybody will have their opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I think we should be debating the method of consultation. I accept all the reasons that have been given for the consultation, but we certainly have a lot of people who feel that they have been missed, and that is important, not just for parking, but for the rest of the council business that we want to encourage residents and councillors and town councils to participate in. So I would like to set up about the consultation, who was missed out, and what we can do to rectify that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor McLaren. Councillor Osborne.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to come up with 2 points really on this debate. First of all, as a Babergh District Councillor, as well as a Sudbury Town Councillor, I do understand the concerns that have been raised. However, I'm very conscious of the fact that the current 3-hour free parking is unsustainable for the council. The council must deliver an approved balanced budget for 21-22 to ensure that we can continue to provide essential services to our communities. And I'm very much not wanting to see our essential services be overridden by budget problems. I have seen emails both against and for the proposal. From this, I feel that a longer period than the proposed half an hour would be acceptable, but not to continue with the current 3 hours. Also, I would like to see an implementation date for a revised charge to be made for late 2021 or early 2022. Difficult decisions is a big part of being a councillor, and it is important that we base our decisions on facts rather than assumptions. Many residents in Sudbury and Hadley have real problems with parking near where they live. Although not part of this discussion, it does impact on our car parks. I would like to suggest that a review be undertaken to find solutions, including residents' parking permits in our car parks. Could this be a recommendation, please? Thank you.
Fine, we can bring that back if you would do so during the recommendations phase. We'll move now to Councillor Jane Gould, who's not present. My apologies. Councillor Dawson.
I would agree with most of what Adrian's actually said. I would like to see more about factors about the displacement of the traffic, because this clearly hasn't been considered at all in Hadley. I think it should, I agree with him, I think it should be deferred until basically after the comprehensive strategic parking review. And I base that on the fact that basically this decision was based on reporting based on a low impact point. It says quite clearly here, it's a snapshot study. It's based on informal observations, and there's no evidence or analysis on any of the algorithms that have been mentioned. So we're being forced to, I think it should be withdrawn really from the budget and be deferred, as Adrian has suggested, until after the comprehensive strategic parking review, when we've got proper information to make a proper decision.
Can I just ask from a technical point, can this be withdrawn from the budget? I'm not certain it can, since it has to be debated by Cabinet in the February meeting, and it does form part of the budget, which of course. Yeah,
but if our recommendation at the end of this is that it should be deferred, then I would be suggesting it needs to be struck.
My point is, I'm not sure we have the power to defer an item in the budget, because that's a budgetary process. We could make such a recommendation if we wished to, but we would also have to consider, as a scrutiny committee, in our budget consideration, when we come to that, which is the next item, we would then have to be able to suggest a budget alternative. And a budget alternative for £185,000 seems to me to be somewhat untenable in real terms. OK, so I'm just saying we don't have the power to do that within this paper. So I'll defer that at the moment. Let's deal with the report.
Well, if can I finish it?
Sure. Yes.
Actually, I don't think you think this is untenable, but actually, in the big picture, this is a very small amount. I mean, it really is, and that's what's a bit of an issue here. But we've got this comprehensive parking review coming, so why we're doing the decision prior to that taking place does seem to be, complete madness.
The parking review is actually part of a statutory process, as I understand.
Yes, but we should be looking when we've got proper. It says quite clearly here, it's a snapshot study. It's informal observations. So how can we make a decision? You know, officers obviously.
Councillor Dawson, we aren't making a decision.
No, but we're being asked to sit here and scrutinise this, and it's based. Sorry, could I? It's based on you know, snapshot study. You know, how can we make decisions on 200,000 on a snapshot study and informal observations? It's not sufficient for the decisions that need to be scrutinised here.
It seems to me a little more than a snapshot study, but we'll move on to that.
I'm only quoting what the officers have actually put in the paper here. They've done it at a low impact point, and they've provided no evidence of any of the algorithms, which, you know, so you're asking us to scrutinise it, and there's 4 points here which very clearly should be addressed, and they haven't been.
OK, fine. Councillor Grandon.
Thank you, Chair. I've been given a figure for Hadley, that the deficit for Hadley car parks is 45,000. And while that's a lot of money, it's actually, by way of things, not a great deal of money in comparison with the whole.
The big picture.
And I think we need to look at other ways of doing this. We certainly need to think of postponement. I agree with Councillor McLaren that we need further consultation. While the public and, it seems, councillors don't need to be consulted on such matters, they should be, for good practice, in my view. It was known before that this was a very contentious subject. Certainly I've made that clear to the Chief Executive and other leaders, that this is a very contentious subject in the district, and certainly in Hadley and Sudbury. So it would be seen as good practice to involve our public in a consultation, and it certainly would have been nice as councillors to have been consulted, and we were not. So that's one point I would like to make. And regarding timing, I think it's expected that the country will have received their COVID vaccinations by round about October. We need to allow businesses and the public the confidence to go out again, having had their vaccinations, to sort of face the new world, if you like. We need to allow businesses time to recover. I think we should be looking at 6 months after the time that the government estimates that all people that are who are going to have their vaccinations have had their vaccinations. The government will make a statement, I'm sure, at a stage and say, you know, 90% of the public have now had their vaccinations, and that from then we should say that is our date, which I would guess will probably be the following new financial year, 2022, to implement our changes. Those, and then with regard to the fees themselves, Sudbury and Hadley should not be the same. They have different offers. And so that, I think, to be in the review that is going to be taking place, needs to be given more consideration. And more thought, as Councillor Dawson said, and I said previously, to displacement, because I think that will happen, particularly initially. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Grandon. Now, I note that the monitoring officer has a point. It may refer to something I said earlier. Emily, would you like to comment at this point?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, councillors. And it is in relation to the discussion you were having previously about the route for approving the budget and where decisions can be taken around deferring items or removing them from the budget. So it's actually the Cabinet that proposes a budget to the full council, and the full council then takes the final decision. So the Overview and Scrutiny Committee cannot resolve to defer this issue or remove items from the budget but you could make a recommendation of that nature. You can't take the decision yourselves. You could also make recommendations that the Cabinet looks at further information before taking its decision, making its proposed budget to the Council. Just referring back to Councillor Dawson's point about the additional algorithms, it could be that the committee makes a resolution to recommend that the Cabinet takes into account certain categories of further information. And Chair, if I may, I just want to kind of pass a comment really on how this debate is progressing and where you might want to go in terms of sort of coming to some recommendations. I appreciate that this issue has generated strong public feeling, but the committee shouldn't be swayed by that strength of public feeling. This pre-scrutiny is really about has the Cabinet taken into account all the relevant information? Have they been informed in their decision? Have they sought experts and other views on the issue before taking that decision? And that's really where the Cabinet should be thinking in terms of making any recommendations, is elements that you think may have been missed from the Cabinet's consideration or from the report that's being presented to the Cabinet for consideration about this topic. I hope that helps in some way, Chair. Thank you.
It does very much. Thank you very much. In fact, it brings me to exactly what I had in mind myself. I had looked at this report extensively, and also all the submissions that have been sent by various people, stream of emails, and the first thing that comes to mind is that the sums involved at 50p, £1 and £2 are not large. I think that point has to be made. It was mentioned the use of hospitality. I know very easily what £2 will purchase in terms of liquid refreshments in a hospitality area. Does this deter people from parking? Now, I've paid parking fees up and down the country, and most of them have been a great deal larger than this. I don't think, in my honest opinion, that a parking structure such as we currently have with 3 hours free is sustainable. I don't see how it can possibly improve the provision, the upkeep and the maintenance of our parking provision. But the fee structure is obviously open to question, and suggestions have been made. If I had one, I would make it's apparent to me, in part at least, that there is provision for an hour's free parking in some places, and that for us to be charging after 30 minutes might be out of step with that. It'll just encourage people perhaps to use one place where they get an hour free in preference to our place where they get half an hour free. Now, I've worked in town centres myself, and I know how much you can do in an hour and as opposed to how much you can do in half an hour. You just need one queue in a shop and you are stuck and you've lost your half an hour. An hour, I know I can do what I can do in the lunch hour, and I can do quite a lot in a lunch hour with a little bit to spare. So I would suggest that charging for the first hour probably is not appropriate in this instance. Figures, though, of £1 and £2, or even £4 for all day, don't seem greatly out of step to me. That's just a general viewpoint. An hour free is actually generous and in fact achieves the objective. If the average stay is 64 minutes and we get it down to 59 minutes, I suppose that would be something of a step forward. Now, as to the differing charges and the differences between Sudbury and Hadley, I confess I don't have enough knowledge of the parking offers and the comparators. I personally prefer simplicity. I would like to see a sort of uniform charge at Babergh, but I can see why that might not be possible. For example, though, I note Chelmondiston Pin Mill a change to 50p an hour. I know that car park, it's very small, and 50p an hour is not a heck of a lot, if I'm honest, to go down to Pin Mill. You know, £1 for 2 hours, £1.50 for 3 hours. I think we're going to be short of 50p's, but there you go. Lavenham, I know, has its own arrangements, so my thinking is moving towards some alteration, a modified suggestion of something between option 2 and option 3 in the paper. The principle of subsidised parking is one that is not generally available. Somebody has to pay for these costs, regardless of who uses them, and a large number of people who don't use parking in these locations is going to be subsidising them through their council tax. That's unavoidable. And the question is, of course, how much of a subsidy can be borne by others who don't get the benefit. I don't think the figures are gross, out of all proportion. In fact, they're incredibly cheap. So I'm thinking that, looking at the recommendations before we move to them, that a comprehensive parking review is needed. It's something we should have done a long time ago, perhaps. That the principles and the interventions in Appendix A do seem reasonable. Where the issue seems to lie is in the recommendation 3.3, which applies to these actual charges. Residential parking permits seem reasonable, and the idea of using a proportion, and that is only a proportion, of the income generated from chargeable parking for sustainable travel, again, seems to me only too much in keeping with our corporate plan and with our aims as a council, particularly with regard to the environment. And I'm sorry, I know what cycling through Sudbury or walking through Sudbury or Hadley is like. Congestion is a constant problem, and you know, it is, and trust me, on a bicycle you're going to notice this thing, because those things can hurt you. All right. That might seem trivial and unimportant, but we are trying to move to a more sustainable agenda. So we've got lots of bits and pieces here. I think we can now move, if nobody has any more questions. Councillor Osborne, you still have your hand raised, as does Councillor Grandon. But I'd like to propose that we move towards recommendations once we're complete with this phase. And Councillor Dawson and Councillor Malvisi. No, not Councillor Malvisi anymore.
A bit of debate about Lavenham, because this is something that really concerns me. The fact that we've got and certainly, like everybody, if I go to Dedham, a tourist site, I would expect to pay. Now, I fully understand, you know, we're looking at why. I know it's something to do with their parish council, but presumably there's mention about $250,000 capital investment. How come they're they've been left out? I mean, I know Clyde Arthur is on the cabinet and it's his ward. Well,
it's not under our control, I think, is the point here. It's under control of the parish council.
Does that mean then that we're not obliged to give any sort of capital investment for, you know, running it at all?
I suppose
I'd say, for all of it? Because they've got this honesty box, haven't they?
Well, I have to say that's up to them. I mean, it's like we can't actually interfere in the policies of NCP.
Sorry, but can you just clarify? In this paper here, it mentions about $250,000 capital. Are they self-financing it out of their parish honesty box, tarring, enforcement, etc.? I mean, how's all that working then? They can't possibly be paying for it themselves.
Any answers for Lavenham?
Sandra, maybe you can.
Mr. Chairman, can I interject here?
Sure.
Lavenham is a particular case on its own because it has been in discussions with Babergh for more than several months. I would suggest it's even more than 18 months. And if I could invite Cassandra Clements to actually give you more background detail on that. Thank you.
Of course, thank you. So yes, that's right. Lavenham Parish Council have been in talks with Babergh for some time now about taking over the full management of the car parks and toilets within Lavenham, as well as a number of other assets as well, I might add, whether that be public realm, grass cutting, and there's some conversations going on with some other assets as well. So that's why this was left out, because we are hoping for that conversation to come to a conclusion very quickly, and therefore it wouldn't fall within the period of the implementation of this report. Just to clarify, the honesty box there, because I asked this question when I first came, is for the toilets and not for the car park. So it is for people using the toilets. It's used to help with the upkeep of the toilets. But it absolutely, on Councillor Dawson's point there, they have raised funds themselves, and they have then also applied for SIL funds as well for the adaptations to the car parks and toilets that are happening currently.
Have we any more debate to carry on, or do we would like to go to recommendations? Councillor Grandon, I see you raising your head.
Yes, it's only that I'm concerned that you might be moving to recommendation that I don't actually fully support.
Well, okay, but we don't know what we've got yet. What I was proposing to do is to go through each recommendation in turn, using the cabinet recommendations as a model. We are not restricted or confined to those, and we can discuss each one in turn. Would that be okay for you, Councillor Grandon?
Yes, thank you.
And then those points can be brought up at that time. So let's take the overarching one, which of course is the very concept of having
Alistair, sorry, could I just come back? I'm slightly, because that's going to lead us in a totally different direction to what the three people here actually want, because they also want to recommend that it goes into the budget and goes forward. And the impression I'm having here is all three of us want to have this delayed and pushed back. So
I'm sorry, all three of whom?
Adrian, myself and Catherine. So that's quite a dichotomy.
I don't know that assumption is necessarily warranted yet, because we haven't had a chance to discuss any proposal.
With respect to Sean, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry I have to come in on this. I am not proposing a deferment of this. I'm proposing that we alter the dates. That's all it is.
And I think I'd probably support that.
We get on to getting this. We've been round in circles for a long time now. I suggest we get to the recommendations as quickly as possible and vote for it. Thank you.
Let's just go through some of the recommendations we have potentially in front of us. Now, the first one is that a comprehensive parking strategy review be undertaken. I see no difficulty in that. It's an obvious thing to do. It's what the principle is. We might argue methodology, we might argue timing, and the timing is the question. It will commence in quarter 21-22, quarter 2. Now, of course, commence doesn't mean it'll be finished. It just means it'll start. Delegation be given to the assistant director. Again, that would be a normal process under our governance arrangements. But obviously, we provide a steer for officers, and the cabinet provide an even bigger steer. So I would suggest that 3.1 could potentially be changed to commence in quarter 3, but I'm not sure it necessarily needs to, since the key word here is commence. Any thoughts on that point, members? Does the date need to be changed, or will the word commence cover the issue?
So when you refer to commence, do you mean the effects?
No, it says the strategy review be undertaken. This is a review, not the actual implementation. There is a timescale in Appendix B which displays the various timings, and we would be able to do the we'd be able to adjust that. Although I think, frankly, the officer, the assistant director, having the authority given to them by the cabinet on the basis of recommendations made, then would have the option to move things back. So do we need to change the date for commencement?
No, I agree with you, Mr. Chairman.
No, I agree, Chairman.
I agree.
Right. So 3.1, as it is written, could stand and covers members' concerns, in my view. Now, 3.2, the parking management principles and interventions detailed in Appendix A be implemented with effect from the 1st of July 2021. Now, those are the principles. Appendix A is quite a lengthy document, but it does contain some specifics. And I think some of those specifics do relate to the charging structure. Can you confirm that, Cassandra?
That's correct, yes. So it is the charging structure and the investment. To summarise it, it's the charging structure and the ongoing investment needed in the car park. So really it's taken in one.
At the time, we weren't aware that the new strains of COVID-19 were going to be quite so serious. And I suspect that it's been a moving target constantly, and I suspect that it would not be unreasonable that the recommendation there be changed from the 1st of July to some later date, which in effect is deferring the issue. I don't know if 1 quarter would be sufficient. That would take us into the autumn, which time, as was mentioned by a member earlier, we're hoping that the vaccine rollout for the entire country will be almost complete. Any thoughts on that, members?
Yes.
Yes.
Can I come in here, please?
By all means, Councillor Grandin.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, can I just mention, Cassandra mentioned investment in the car parks being tied up in 3.2. I think it depends on what kind of investment. Councillor Malvesi previously mentioned the Railway Walk car park. The kind of investment there is urgent because the whole thing is crumbling away. So that kind of engineering type investment would need to be looked at separately from the kind of investment such as signage and lines and that kind of thing. So I would request that those two types of investment are looked at as two separate issues.
Okay. Well,
so that's one thing I just wanted to mention there, simply because Cassandra mentioned investment as linked to part of the implementation of 3.2.
Well, I mean, Appendix A, Councillor Grandin, is after all a great long list of things. Yeah. I don't think we want to pick it apart because it covers.
You mentioned that particularly a moment ago.
But it covers, Appendix A covers all those points. Okay. And I think that's one of those places where officer delegation makes a great deal of sense. But the emphasis that you're placing on that is important.
Yeah, on timing, I would like to mention again that it's no good having the implementation starting just as people are having their vaccinations. We've got to allow our businesses time to recover. We have hit them as a country with all the lockdowns so much already. We are, as a council, we've got the Invest in Hadley and the Invest in Sudbury board set up that's meant to be assisting businesses. And I sometimes wonder, what is the point if we're taking away one of the biggest things that helps our local businesses, which is the 3 hours free parking. So, with regard to timing, if we have to introduce such measures, we need to give them time to recover first, and at least 6 months after the vaccinations are completed would be my suggestion.
I mean, there are a lot of suppositions baked in there, obviously, and it's difficult to make that. Can I make a suggestion then? Because again, words matter. That read that they be implemented no earlier than a certain date, and that the date be set somewhere around the autumn. That it read be implemented no earlier than subject to changing circumstances due to COVID-19.
Sorry, can I come in?
Okay. Everyone's speaking. Councillor Dawson, and yes, I'll come to Councillor McLaren.
Certainly with my business, and I understand quite completely all the COVID. I think that's a bit of a red herring completely. The date needs to be implemented after the comprehensive parking strategy review has taken place. If that's done in the first quarter, then we can do it sooner. If that parking review takes place in 2022, that is when it needs to be implemented. But what we can't do is recommend that this is implemented. Bringing in COVID it's just not. What is the most important thing is that this decision, this is the parking management principles and interventions come after the parking strategy review. It's got to, it's.
How long is the review likely to take, Cassandra?
Well, if they do it quickly, it says here in quarter 2021, but if they, if it goes back to 2022, well, that goes back to 3.1 here. It's very clear. that's up to the cabinet, isn't it? That the ball's in their court.
It does say commence. I just wondered how long the process would actually take.
Absolutely. I covered this very briefly earlier, so I'm sorry if I didn't go into enough detail. That absolutely, you're right, Chair, says commence. The average time that a survey or a strategy like that takes to develop is around 1.5 years.
Yes. So,
right, so that's not really tenable.
Well, you need the information to make the decision. You can't possibly.
Really? I'm not so convinced of that. I'll make my point.
Alice, you're a cyclist.
Yes, and I'm also a motorist, so that doesn't exclude me.
Sorry, hang on. Can we just speak one at a time? We've got to look at the displacement. We've got to look at the timing. We all acknowledge that a tariff needs to be applied. I mean, I accept that. All of us do. But this is all about, there's no point in as well forget doing the comprehensive parking review if you're going to do all this. It's just a waste of time.
In effect, Councillor Dawson, though, it sounds as though you're proposing an 18-month deferment, and I'm not sure.
No, I think that it should be deferred. Yes, if the parking review is not completed.
I'm not sure that there isn't enough evidence.
You can't make the decision without having that report there with the details. This is being done. It says quite clearly it's a snapshot, it's a casual observation.
I don't accept it's a casual observation. The report contains a great deal more detail than any casual observation.
Well, that's not what has been quoted in here. I've picked the words out clearly as they've been put in here. You need the information to make an informed decision. And if you don't have that detail, that's what we're here to scrutinise for.
We are scrutinising the officer report. Now, we are also, of course, quite prepared to admit that delegated decisions by officers are very much part of the process. And we are not talking, it depends on which way you're going. There are relatively small charges involved. Enough of the principles and interventions detailed in Appendix A have been decided upon. I'm trying to find a form of words in this recommendation that members will accept as being reasonable under the circumstances. But I don't believe that I could
deferring till after parking strategy review. Are you saying you don't believe that's acceptable?
I don't believe deferring the decision effectively for 18 months is feasible.
Well, if the review comes
is raising her hands, and I see Emily.
Can I ask what the point of the review is if it's done after?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Exactly.
We'll go to Councillor Malvisi as the cabinet member, if everybody else could let her speak.
Thank you. I did mention in my intro that in all probability, the current report would be rewritten because we would take on board what the committee's recommendations are, etc., and what tomorrow full council what recommendations come out of that. But could I please remind councillors that you all signed up unanimously to the climate change and biodiversity action plans, and this policy that we're trying to get approval to implement will go some way to addressing our CO2 emissions and help with biodiversity, because it will, not immediately granted, because Rome wasn't built in a day, but it will provide with some revenue to start looking at walking ways, footpaths. When I say a footpath, I'm not meaning the actual physical footpath, but planning and directing routes that walkers can take through, cycle lanes, cycle parks. At the moment, as I said, cycles are tied up to railings, both in Hadley and in Sudbury.
Councillor Malvisi, you make an excellent point, but it's not advancing us any further.
Sorry.
The monitoring officer has her hand raised. I wonder if you can contribute anything here, Emily.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to remind the committee that the debate should be following the rules of procedure. So we're getting into quite a lot of toing and froing of comments, and I appreciate, Chair, that you're allowing some discretion around giving councillors multiple opportunities to contribute, but we do have rules of debate and they should be followed, and it shouldn't be interrupting and talking over other members, which is what we are getting at the moment. Chair, you've been debating this item for 2 hours and 15 minutes. Could I suggest that you take a short adjournment, giving all members a chance to collate their final thoughts on the topic, and then you come back with the intention to either agree some recommendations, or if it's not possible to make a recommendation that all the committee can buy into, then perhaps you just agree that your comments from the debate will be reported to council, and the council and then the cabinet thereafter can make their own assessment of the entirety of the debate.
That may well be
Chair.
sufficient. Thank you very much, Emily. Councillor McLaren, then Councillor Grandon. Or well, actually, would you rather have that break right now so that we can go away?
Can I just make one?
You were waiting.
Can I just make a comment, Chairman? We've got to be realistic about COVID. And if we keep bringing COVID into our discussions, whichever committee we're on, we're in danger of paralysing the action of the council. And I think it's important that we progress, not including COVID, unless that is important to the matter in hand. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Obviously, there are a number of differing opinions on this, and I quite understand the reasons why. Councillor Grandon, do you have anything to wish to add before we go to a sort of small adjournment?
Yes. I just have a question of Cassandra. Can I ask what the point of a comprehensive parking strategy review is if the decisions of this paper are already implemented?
Of course, thank you very much for the question. I'll bring Richard Walker in on this because I know that he has managed a number of comprehensive parking strategies, and this is just one element of those. But perhaps, Richard, you could concisely try and cover the list of what a full strategy covers.
I shall try and keep it short because I can literally talk for hours on this subject. So the snapshot is a survey that's done from the current is what's happening now, and the actions that you need to take now to prevent things getting worse as they are, as we know it now. And the observations have built up that picture. So we know what's happening now. The strategy is something that you'll need to do in the future against a timeline for the other interventions that you'll make a bit further down the line. So we know we've got some visioning and other things happening that are planned. This strategy, which will take 18 months, 2 years to get to a decision point, and then implement your policy for things that will happen in future, taking regard of your visioning and the other developments that are going on in each of the towns. So there's a looking forward element to the strategy piece and planning for a future policy, but there's the what's happening right now on the ground, which is the report that's in front of you.
So the word snapshot is perhaps a little misleading. It's not quite as cursory as perhaps has been implied by some interpretations. All right, members, I think we'll take a break now for 10 minutes while members consider how they would like to approach the recommendations, if we are indeed to make any, or whether we just ask that all the comments made in this meeting be noted. I would like to think we can come to some form of recommendation based upon those going to Cabinet, but I will note that I'm fairly certain that Cabinet will be making changes. That has already been admitted right from the start of the meeting. And I'm pretty sure the Cabinet member has paid very close attention to every point we have made. So we'll see you all back in 10 minutes time at noon, and I'll let you get a cup of coffee and comfort break.
Certainly, Chair. Members, if you can respond when I call your name, thank you. Councillor Dawson.
Present.
Councillor Grandin.
Present.
Councillor McCraw.
Present.
Councillor McLaren.
Present.
And Councillor Adrian Osborne.
Present.
That's all present, sir.
Thank you very
Chair,
much.
sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry.
Don't worry about it. I've had other epithets used against me. Right, we were at the point of considering whether we could make recommendations. One of the principles of scrutiny has always been, in my involvement on it, to add value. Making wishy-washy, we ask the Cabinet to consider. Those sorts of recommendations carry no weight whatsoever. They can just say, yeah, we've considered it, we're not doing it. I don't believe that we should be doing such a thing. I believe we should be making positive statements, providing an essence of what we've discussed, and giving the guidance that we believe that we've done in our examination. Nowhere else in council matters do reports receive such detailed scrutiny as I think we can see today. And in fact, we could have been even more detailed. I'd be grateful we weren't. The point I'm making is that if we're going to make recommendations, they should not be along the lines of wishy-washy. They should be clear and firm and provide direction. Otherwise, or just to note our comments, again, strikes me as a very wishy-washy approach. Now, I'd like, if possible, for us to achieve some consensus here and to find a place where we can achieve that consensus. So if members would like to, I would like to ask members to maybe consider whether the basis of the recommendations is something that we can accept, but it's some of the detail. Would that be a fair accepting of the situation? We know this has got to be done. It's a matter of timing. It's a matter of effects. It's a matter of the scale of charges. I've made one suggestion that the first hour be free. I believe that's in line with some other thinking elsewhere. It's still a better deal than anybody will get anywhere else. So over to you, members. I'd like somebody else to take on the subject of the recommendations if they would. Councillor Grandin. And Councillor Dawson.
Thank you, Chair. We've already had it established in the report that 64 minutes is the average stay. That means quite a lot of people stay longer and obviously many less. I would like, we in Hadley, so I'm saying this for Hadley because I think different rules might apply for Sudbury, would like to encourage people to stay. I would like 2 free hours parking and for the implementation date to be 6 months after the country decides or the government decides that most people have had their COVID vaccination.
That's a little nebulous, but can I ask other members? I would
suggest that that would probably be April 22.
Right, that's a long way away. All right. Can I have comments on other members on that suggestion, please? I have to say, I don't think £2 hours free is much different from 3, and I don't think it addresses the issues. That's why I've suggested 1.
Do something different.
I'm responding to your suggestion, yeah. And I'm asking other members to do the same. My response would be that I personally would support 1 hour, and I don't think the date should be quite so far in the future. But I do think it should be left to some discretion based on real circumstances. Yeah. So any other comments from members? Well, Councillor Grandin, you've made your suggestion. I've responded with my alternative suggestion. Can I hear from other members, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've already made my comments earlier on, and I totally agree with you on that recommendation that 2 hours would be just like having 3, so it doesn't do anything. I would go with the 1 hour. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor, and you're happy with the not putting the date so far in the future? I think it's fairly clear that the Cabinet will be doing that anyway.
Well, I should
we can recommend that they do so, and I see Councillor Malvesi nodding her head.
Yeah.
Councillor McLaren.
Yes, I would just support the hour. In comparison across the country, that happens elsewhere, and also I think September should be a date perhaps that was agreed for the implementation as opposed to a year ahead or whatever.
And I would add further to that it should say, it doesn't have to say with effect, it should say no earlier than September. That allows for changes in circumstances. I believe that covers the meaning behind your question, Councillor McLaren. Anybody else? Councillor Dawson. You have your hand raised, Councillor Dawson.
I do agree with the tariffs being implemented in Sudbury. They're happy. They've had their, they've had their snapshot study and the observations have been done there. But I have to insist.
I'm sorry, you've dropped out there, Councillor Dawson. Cassandra, your microphone's off, but your hand is raised.
Thank you. I was trying to find an appropriate point to jump in earlier on this, but couldn't quite get in there. I just wanted to dispel this issue that the surveys and the research has only been done in Sudbury. It's been done in every single Babergh car park. So the same research has been done in every car park. There's been no difference. Thank you.
Councillor Dawson, you were saying?
Sorry, am I back in again now?
You are. You're at the point of saying you agree with Sudbury, but you think Hadley's different?
Well, I just sort of feel that it shouldn't be made on Sudbury until after this comprehensive parking review.
That's an 18-month process, so I don't know that. Well, you can certainly suggest it, but I don't know if anybody else would support that. I'm afraid I couldn't. I'm being quite frank about it. Don't think it's tenable. Any other members' thoughts?
I think that September is much too soon.
It does say no sooner.
The whole country won't have had its vaccinations by then, and I'm afraid COVID is an issue in relation to parking and high street businesses. So, it is an issue.
The recommendation would be potentially no sooner than September. Not from September.
Yeah,
and therefore that allows change of circumstances that might or might not take place.
But it doesn't say.
I'm looking for something we can agree upon that provides us clear steer to Cabinet, who, bear in mind, do not have to accept our recommendations.
Sorry,
if we make untenable recommendations, they probably won't. Councillor Dawson.
Sorry, I keep getting cut off here. So I mean, I've been very clear about it. I think it should be done after the comprehensive parking review, and I would like to suggest that perhaps the comprehensive parking review in Hadley is actually brought forward, and in which case, then we can get on with this sooner.
Okay, but 18-month time frame. Anybody else got any thoughts on it?
Alistair, hang on, because we've got to be independent here. You've got to bear in mind the impact of this. We're talking about only 45,000, and actually that amount is very inconsequential when you're looking at the
we're talking about 145.
No, for Hadley.
For Hadley, it's 45.
For Hadley, it's 45,000.
We're not. I'm sorry, Councillor Dawson and Councillor Grandon to some extent. Yeah. Our job here as a scrutiny committee is not, and I did mention this at the start, we're not considering our ward positions, we're considering the paper as a whole, and we carry a wider responsibility
and I think the options
to the district as a whole. So and that's what our job in scrutiny is. And I would suggest that the points on a Hadley and a ward basis perhaps be better made tomorrow at the council meeting. But our job is to scrutinise the paper, not to basically be too parochial, if you may.
No, but part of the option being put forward, which is being recommended, is option 2 here, which is going to generate £400,000 worth of income. Hadley, I mean, okay, let's take Pin Mill. Let's take anywhere.
Just to correct you, Councillor Dawson, it would not be option 2. It would be a hybrid between options 2 and 3. As I suggested, and in fact the significant point is that it would cover the vast majority of the average stay, 64 minutes, 60 minutes. Frankly, I doubt somebody's going to get round and slap a ticket on you after 4 minutes, particularly as I don't think we're in that position yet as far as enforcement goes. I'm just trying to come to a point where we can find some substantive, sensible recommendations that can be sent to Cabinet, or we just send them a summary of everything we said today. But I don't think that provides any light or reason. Councillor Osborne.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I absolutely agree with you here. We just need to bring this forward as a note, I should suspect, because this position between Hadley and Sudbury is just unattainable. And I agree with you that, you know, when you look at it, 18 months would be another budget coming in, but far too late. And the amount of money that we've already been told we're losing, 185,000 each year, I'm afraid that will be out of pocket, and the district council would not be able to have a budget then that is a reasonable amount. I'm sorry, but I agree with you, Mr. Chairman. Let us get this thing sorted out, either as a noting, and the cabinet will no doubt bring this to full council on tomorrow. Thank you.
Well, I think it's fairly clear that I'm going to make a proposal, and we'll see how that goes, and we'll see what turns out. My proposal would be the following: that 3.1 can be amended to the strategic parking review. Well, it's only a parking review. It doesn't apply until we implement it. So the implementation, we want this to start. So I don't see that 3.1 needs changed. So I would propose that. 3.2, I don't believe that needs changed, except to say that I'm going to finish, except to say that the date should be no sooner than the 1st of September 2021. This is my proposal. That additional parking controls, our tariffs be applied, blah, de, blah, de, blah, not in accordance with option 2, but with a option 2/3 variant to include 1 hour free parking, with the exception obviously of those places where it was 50p an hour at Chelmondiston and so on. But for Sudbury and Hadley, the basis of £1 free an hour. This is my proposal. We can discuss it and vote on it, but that's what I'm suggesting. Subject to the statutory order process and requirements for consultation. I don't believe there's anything wrong with the rest of it. The 3.4, I don't see anything needs to be changed there. The principle of residential parking permits is quite reasonable, and I haven't heard anything to say that that shouldn't be done. That 3.5, again, is a very reasonable point, and of course is inherent in the entire purpose of the report. And 3.6, to resolve to delegate the decision to make the changes in order to bring in the agreed changes to the Assistant Director for Environment and Commercial Partnerships so that appropriate actions can be undertaken in a timely manner. The definition of a timely manner, I think, is very open, and in fact, it's going to be a matter of interpretation anyway. So that's my proposal. I hope the governance officer has a note of those, and I would ask for a seconder.
Yeah, I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Now,
and can I just add to those recommendations? You said to me, you spoke about the permit parking in the car parks for our residents. Could that be placed?
It actually says in the Mill Lane car park. Yeah, are you suggesting others be included?
Other car parks, because from where we are, there are a lot of residents with no free parking because of the way that they're terraced housing, and there is no parking except in the roads, and they have to park on the pavements, etc., etc. And therefore, if it could, Cassandra could look at this in terms of residents' parkings permits within the car parks.
It would be a matter of requirement for consultation anyway, so yeah. I believe that point can be covered. Am I correct, Cassandra?
Hello, thank you, Chair. It can be covered, yes. That would have been one of the elements of the wider strategy. So when Richard was talking about the future, looking at all permits across the board would have been that, which is why we were specifically asked to look at Mill Lane at this point. However, if that can be a recommendation going forward, it can be pulled out. Ideally, it would be kept in the full strategy review.
Okay, in the Mill Lane car park, Sudbury, with further examination to be undertaken in other car parks. Would that suffice?
Yeah, I'm happy with that one, Mr. Chairman.
So
Yeah,
we add those words with
ideal.
further consideration of other car parks.
Excuse me, Chair. Where would you like me to add this recommendation?
After Mill Lane Car Park, Sudbury, for overnight stays.
You and Adrian are driving through this, and actually,
we were on 3.2. Councillor Dawson, please, can we follow the rules of debate as has been mentioned? I'm making a proposal.
I'm sorry, Councillor, you're meant to be independent here and go through this logically, and you're not doing that.
Councillor Dawson, can I ask you to be quiet for a moment? Thank you. Good. Now,
could you ask
Councillor Dawson, please, if you interrupt again, I will turn your microphone off. I'm trying to make a point here. I'm making a proposal with a seconder. If it falls, it falls. But we need to get somewhere, and I've already made my points. That's all I'm going to say on the matter. Councillor Osborne and Councillor Henriette, you were asking about where that should be inserted under the modified proposal from Councillor Osborne, which I'm happy to agree with. I'm suggesting it say Mill Lane Car Park, Sudbury, for overnight stays, with consideration of other car parks.
Yeah,
okay.
Yes, I think that's absolutely right.
That will be covered by the statutory order process and the requirements for consultation contained in the recommendation.
The reason for bringing that out, although they've identified the Mill Lane car park, the two other car parks which relate to areas of parking closer to the centre means that those particular terraced housings cannot park in their own thing overnight, and they need a permit to park in those other car parks.
Okay, fine. That's perfectly reasonable. And then finally, 3.6 and I'm happy to accept that modification and will include it in my proposal, to resolve to delegate the decision to make the changes to parking orders in order to bring about, etc., a timely manner. Again, I don't see anything controversial in that whatsoever. That is a natural part of the officer delegation that is necessary to carry this process out. So we have a proposal and we have a seconder. Now we are entitled to ask if there is any counter proposal. Councillors Grandon and Councillor Grandon.
I would like my counter proposal to be the one that I issued at the beginning of this discussion, please.
Which would be?
Which would be 2 hours free parking. And if Sudbury feel they wanted alternative time, that would be fine. And to implement 6 months following the time when the majority of the public have been given their vaccinations.
Okay, so
which I assume to be April 22.
All right, so you'd be proposing that the minimum charge be a modified option 2.3 with a minimum charge of £2. 3 hours, 2 free hours, not 1 free hour.
3 hours. That's
yeah.
correct.
Okay, fine. So 2 free hours would be the change made there, and that the implementation not take place till what time?
6 months after the majority of the population have been vaccinated, which I am assuming will be April 2022.
It's a bit difficult to make that assumption at the moment. I don't know if we can include that in the wording. Can you find a form of wording that you think would be satisfactory?
Can I please ask Emily or Henriette to help, please?
Yep. Any thoughts?
Thank you.
So far, I have that Hadley have 2 hours free parking and alternative timing be considered for Sudbury, and that the implementation date is 6 months after the majority of population have been vaccinated against the COVID-19 pandemic.
And may I ask if Councillor Dawson would be happy with those proposals?
Yes, I would second that proposal.
Okay.
I would second that. And if there's an issue with I'd like this on record that if there is an issue with the COVID, depending, if the comprehensive parking strategy review becomes sooner than the end of COVID, then I'm quite happy for that to be brought forward. So let's say if COVID went on till next September, it goes on for much longer. If the comprehensive review is completed before that, then I would be happy for it to be brought forward, the amendments.
So we have a counter proposal. The monitoring officer has her hand raised.
Thank you, Chair. I would actually recommend altering the time condition on the proposal that's been proposed and seconded.
Is this the counter proposal or the proposal?
The counter proposal from Councillor Grandin and Councillor Dawson. I think it's difficult for the committee to use a time constraint that's out of your control and also is very unspecific. My recommendation would be that you use the parking strategy as your point in time. So after the completion of the wider parking strategy. And then what you could say is you could say something like, and taking into account the current economic climate following the recovery of from COVID-19 or something similar. So you're reflecting that you're considerate of the business needs in the locality, but moving away from the very kind of undefined period of time related to the vaccine.
I'm very happy to take your advice, or whatever you advise within that regard.
And does Councillor Dawson agree as seconder?
Yes, and I think that's what I've said all along. Maybe I've not made myself clear. The decision, it should be done after the comprehensive parking strategy review, which is, I think, what you're saying, Emily, isn't it? Agreeing. Yes.
Can I ask?
Well, that's what I've been trying. Sorry. That's what I've been. Can I finish? I think that's what I've been saying and with Catherine all along.
I'd be happy with that proposal.
Can I ask the governance?
Have one before the other.
Yes.
Sorry.
I asked the governance officer if she's able to put that into the voting system on Modern Gov, or at least something along those lines that is clear that this is the counter proposal we'll be voting upon first.
Yes, Chair. We might just need 2 minutes. Can I just read that second counter proposal up again, just to make sure we got the right wording and that the monitor officer agree with what I have taken down. That Hadley have 2 hours free parking and an alternative timing be considered for Sudbury, and take into account the current economic climate caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Is that along those lines, monitor officer, that you would like me to write this down? Is that a suitable way for expressing this?
If I can come in, Chair,
I think the wording
needs to make reference to
the review.
The comprehensive parking strategy review.
Yeah, it needs to be, that's the timescale.
Okay.
And this should be implemented after that.
Okay. If the governance officer could let us know when she has that up on the attendance and voting section.
Excuse me, will that be read to us again, please, before it's on the
Yes, I would need to read it again because I'm slightly confused at the moment.
Thank you.
So, okay, so I'm sorry that it takes so long, but we have a lot of people speaking across each other. So let's just agree on the first part, that Hadley have 2 hours free parking and alternative time be considered for Sudbury. We agree on that. Is that correct? And then,
I'm sorry, would you mind repeating that? Sorry.
That Hadley have 2 hours free parking, and that an alternative free parking time be considered for Sudbury. Is that right?
No. Shall I say?
Yes,
please. The first part's correct. And then reference to 3.2, the parking management principles and interventions detailed in Appendix A will not be implemented until after the comprehensive parking strategy review. That's Catherine's amendment. Are you happy with that, Catherine?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm completely lost now. Sorry.
Okay, we have 3 points.
Maybe take a short break. Is it possible to take a very short break just to get this sorted out?
Let's do that. 3.1 remains unchanged. Is that agreed in your amendment?
Yes.
3.2 contains the wording that Councillor Dawson came up with regarding the implementation taking place after the completion of the comprehensive parking strategy review. 3.3 contains reference to a minimum charge instead of being minimum free parking being instead of it being £1, 1 hour throughout, it be 2 hours in Hadley and possibly different in Sudbury. And then 3.4, 3.5 and 3.6 remain unchanged. Is that correct, Councillor Grandon?
That would be correct.
Thank you. So basically you have alterations to 3.1. No, you don't.
Yes.
Yes,
no,
you do. Because
3.2 and 3.
Yeah, 3.2 and 3.3.
Correct.
This is the difficulty with the modern gov system. It has to be written in exactly the format that you're voting upon.
We could also, Chair, just have you reading those recommendations again and just vote as you have read them, Chair.
Okay.
But let me just make sure that
my understanding of Councillor Grandon's proposal is that the parking management principles and interventions detailed in Appendix A be not be implemented until the comprehensive parking strategy review has been completed.
Yes.
Fine.
That's
3.2. Effectively, 3.1 and 3.4 and 5 and 6 don't matter. We're looking at 3.2 and 3.3. That's all. So 3.3
mentioned the 2 hours.
Yeah, 3.3 mentions 2 hours free parking in Hadley.
Yeah.
And the figure for Sudbury to be determined. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
So you can use the
word. Are you happy with that, Councillor Dawson?
Yes, I would suggest an hour for Sudbury to make it simple.
Well,
all right, let's say 2 hours for Hadley and 1 hour for Sudbury. Would that be your suggestion?
Yeah.
No,
that's
I think that's to be determined. You know,
well, 1 hour. Well, let's say 1 hour.
Predetermination doesn't apply for this. It does
we're
for
only making recommendations. So, Henriette, do you think you've got that?
Yes, let me see. That parking management principle and intervention detailed in Appendix B be implemented until the comprehensive parking strategy review has been completed. That's 3.2. And that additional parking controls or tariff be applied to district car parks in accordance with option 2, table 3, paragraph 6.3 of the report, to include 2 hours free parking in Hadley and 1 hours free parking in Sudbury, subject to the state. Sorry?
No, I didn't agree to the 1 hour in Sudbury. I think that's to be determined.
Councillor Dawson's suggestion, I think. That was Councillor Dawson's suggestion. So what we'll do
is
that
free parking be determined.
If you don't accept it, it stays as to be determined.
Thank you.
If Councillor Dawson was still prepared to second that.
Yes, I am prepared to second it. I would just like to mention, Catherine, there that we ought to perhaps take into consideration the views. Oh, damn it!
No, I think we have to come to some conclusion on this counter proposal.
I'm happy to go along with that. I mean, that's fine if you want to leave.
Let's see if it's ready to vote upon.
Yes.
You'd open up your voting screen on Modern Gov. Those who are unable to do so will have the opportunity to make a manual verbal vote. I don't see it up yet.
I have just started the vote, Chair.
That's it. Fine.
It would say as read by the governance officer. I hope the committee is happy with that. I'm happy to read them again. The recommendation.
I think you've got a clear idea. So we go to the blue line, click on that, and you have a possibility of voting for, against, abstaining, or declaring a conflict of interests. If you could make your vote and then confirm it, there are 2 confirm buttons to press. And this is the counter proposal, not the original proposal.
So what can I just confirm, so I'm not signing the wrong thing? What we have in front of us
is your
as
counter
read by the
proposal.
governance, it's my counter. Thank
It is.
you.
We do the counter proposal first.
Thank you.
So, Chair.
Excuse me, Chair. Are we allowed to ask for a recorded vote? Or am I too late
the principle in a committee of only 5 would require all of us to do so, and I think that maybe Emily can inform us of that. Maybe 3.
It's 3.
Thank you, Chair. It's actually too late to request a recorded vote because the vote has commenced. However, individual councillors can request that their vote is recorded.
Thank you,
Chair.
Yes.
May I just go back? May I just go back to the vote, please?
Yes, let's go back to the vote.
Okay, it appears everybody have voted except Councillor Grandin. Now, Councillor Grandin, would you please cast your vote to me?
I haven't voted either.
No, that's sorry, so Councillor Dawson, I do apologise.
Yes, but as I don't have it in front of me, am I voting for the amendment or against the original proposal?
No, you're voting for the amendment. We do the amendment.
Okay, I'm voting for the amendment.
You're voting for.
Fine, is that clear?
Yes, Chair. So everybody has voted now, and we have 2 votes for and 3 votes against.
Okay, so we now revert back to the original proposal, which was 3.1 as written, 3.2 no sooner than 1st of September 2021, 3.3 with the proviso that 1 hour free parking be provided, with the exception of places like Chelmerdiston, where the 50p an hour is reasonable, but in Huddley and Sudbury, a basis of 1 hour's free parking be applied. I think those are the only 2 places affected, so that's sufficient. 3.4, 3.5 and 3.6 remain unchanged from the original recommendations. So if that can be covered, we would now need to put that up on the screen as the original proposal.
Yes, Chair, 1 moment. We need to add another vote here. Mandy, can I ask you to add another vote to this item, please?
I'm in the middle of doing it at the moment. Just bear with me.
Thank you.
It should be there now, Henriette.
Thank you. So the vote is there now, Chair.
Yep, just need to turn it green, don't we?
It is should.
Blue.
Here we go. I'm just putting it in progress now, Chair.
This is the original motion proposed by myself and seconded by Councillor Osborne. For, against, abstain or conflict of interests. Members would like to vote.
Councillor Dawson, may I ask for your vote, please?
Yes, I'm against.
Right, Chair, we have completed the vote and we have, just double check, 3, 4 and 2 against.
Okay. I will so report to Council, but I will report the minority opinion as a matter of good practice. Because I believe that's only the fair thing to do. Now, this recommendation goes to Cabinet, not to Council, but it's only fair that Council have that for tomorrow's debate. Cabinet, of course, are free to ignore us or alter anything we say, but we will have provided some idea of the background, and we have actually worked on providing concrete proposals. So I thank members very much for that. Now, I'm mindful that we've been at this now for 3 hours, and I'm wondering if members would like to have a half-hour adjournment in order to consider the budget at, say, just after 1 o'clock, or whether you'd like to carry on. Can I hear from members? Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to remind those that are on the meeting at 4 o'clock, so I'm just hoping that we're not going to go past.
4 o'clock briefing, I believe, has been cancelled.
Oh, it has.
Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's tomorrow. I'll just check. But I believed that there was a briefing that I just saw the other day that had actually been. Yes, it's JMB on an environment. I believe it was cancelled just the other day.
Oh, excuse me, Chair. Excuse me, we're talking about a different meeting, Chair.
Oh, apologies.
We're talking about Chairman's briefing.
Apologies. Well, look, hopefully we'll be done. Hopefully we'll be done rather quicker than on this item. It's hard to believe it won't take any longer.
I actually have a 2:30 meeting with Jan Robinson at which I've already.
Do we want to carry on, or do we believe we can go through the final item, the budget and the housing revenue account, in the course of, say, an hour? I'm just asking if members would like to have a short adjournment for half an hour to get a rest or have a bite of lunch, or whether you would like to carry on right now. Well, not hearing any. Councillor Grandon?
I'm happy either way, but I would have to leave at 2:30, whatever happens.
Well, we'll see what we can do. Councillor McLaren?
Sorry, I think we should continue.
Okay, fine, let's continue. So we'll now come to BOS 21, Draft General Budget for 2021-22 and the 4-year outlook. I'd now like to invite Councillor Ward, the Cabinet Member for Finance, to introduce report BOS/20/2.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to introduce report BOS 22 for the 2021 to 22 General Fund Budget and 4-year outlook. There is again uncertainty this year over the core funding that will be available over the medium term. The 3-year comprehensive spending review has been delayed, and a 1-year review was published in October, focusing on continuing the response to COVID. The financial support for COVID pressures will continue into the first quarter of next year, as will the Rural Services Delivery Grant. Additional support for businesses, announced at the beginning of the month, is also being provided. The government has confirmed that the Fair Funding Review, Business Rates Review and Business Rates Reset have been deferred yet again. Details of these and other features of the spending review are provided in paragraph 418 of the report. The recently announced provisional financial settlement for 2021 to 2022 does give us additional funding of £724,000. The details of the settlement are provided in paragraphs 419 to 422, with table 1 providing a summary of the financial impact. The financial impact of COVID this year has been consistently evolving, and our initial very worrying assessment has been ameliorated by very generous government support. A summary of the impact is provided in paragraphs 45 to 410. The key numbers were presented in last month's Q2 monitoring report and are summarised again here. Keeping track of this has involved a lot of work for the finance team, my Mid-Suffolk Finance Portfolio colleague John Whitehead and me. We have a sound medium-term financial strategy for the next 4 years that responds effectively to the changing funding landscape for local government. The strategic aims, principles and approach are set out in section 6 of the report, along with a list of our achievements during the current year. In summary, and this is no change from recent years, we must continue with our efforts to become self-sufficient through maximising our income streams, continuing to make efficiencies and productivity savings, and also continue to find new ways of working. The continuing delay to the comprehensive spending review does make our 4-year outlook more uncertain, and given that this was already challenging for us, this is a worry. The General Fund budget requires £431,000 or 52% of the anticipated 2021 to 22 New Homes Bonus receipts, which will enable us to transfer the rest to the new Climate Change and Biodiversity Fund. Details of New Homes Bonus funding are provided in sections 8.6 to 8.10 of the report. Funding assumptions are shown in paragraphs 8.11 to 8.14, with the 4-year forecast included in table 6. For 2021 to 22, we will again be increasing council tax at the maximum level allowed without requiring a referendum, which is £5 per year or 2.96% for a Band D property. And we have built in the same increase for the 3 years following. The annual council tax for a Band D property will now be £173.86. There is also the assumption of a 1% tax base increase, but for 2021 to 22, this is reduced as a result of more use of the local council tax reduction scheme because of COVID and also a lower collection rate. The net effect of this is that we are only forecasting a total council tax increase of £39,000. Table 7 at paragraph 816 provides a summary of the budget, showing the net cost of service, income and funding compared with the previous year. Although we are currently predicting a surplus of £711,000 for 2020 to 21, but there is still a lot of uncertainty regarding this, and also £404,000 for 2021 to 22, these should be seen in the context of our medium-term outlook, which I will address in a moment. At this point, I would like to mention that we are forecasting a total of £2.2 million from our Suffolk investments, an increase of £424,000 on 2020 to 21, totally vindicating our investment strategy, which has ridden the COVID storm and is providing much needed, reliable income. The 2021 to 22 budget setting process has again seen line-by-line budget challenges to identify savings, but the Cabinet has also had to make some difficult decisions, in addition to approving the council tax increase, which I will summarise now. We are increasing the garden waste collection fee by £2.50 per annum. We are suspending the under 17s free holiday swimming for a year, saving £38,000. We are relocating our customer access point in Sudbury, saving £30,000. And lastly, although not finalised yet, obviously, given the preceding debate here, we will be introducing very modest short-term parking charges, as the subsidy we are providing to our car parks is no longer sustainable or justifiable, and they must become cost neutral. We will need to review the parking paper in the light of the suggestions and recommendations from this committee and potentially also council tomorrow. But any change from what is being proposed will impact the forecast surplus for 2021 to 22. As stated earlier, we are forecasting a budget surplus of £404,000. The overall budget gap for the 3 years from 2022 to 23 is described in sections 824 to 827 and amounts to a cumulative deficit of £1.77 million. Further significant income or savings or both will be needed to address this. The reserve levels are detailed in paragraph 7.2, table 3. We will use £381,000 from earmark reserves for specific service expenditure, but this will be offset by some transfers in, most notably the £404,000 budget surplus from New Homes bonus receipts into the new Climate Change and Biodiversity Reserve. This means that we are able to increase our reserves by a modest amount in 2021 to 22, although the Transformation Fund will be slightly lower. The capital programme is set out in Appendix A, and the planned spend for 2021 to 22 is £3.1 million. The financing for this is shown in the second table in the appendix. The major differences from this time last year are that we will have completed our SIFCO investments by the end of the current financial year, and the Bellevue capital investment is no longer required now that the hotel project will not take place. In summary, we are currently in a good financial position with a healthy level of reserves and helped by the funding we have received from the government to mitigate the financial impact of COVID. However, as I have said, the medium-term challenge is still significant as we strive to become self-financing over the next 3 years. And I do have members of the finance team here to assist with any questions should members of the committee have them. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ward, for your introduction. We have both Catherine Steele and Melissa Evans available to answer questions as well. So I'll now ask if members have any questions, each member in turn, starting with Councillor Grandon. Any questions, Councillor Grandon?
Thank you. I understand the seriousness of our situation. I have a slightly frivolous question actually at the moment, but I would like, if I may, to come back with further questions later. Why are we only putting the brown bin charge up by, I think you said £2.50? I think that's a discretionary purchase and it's an excellent service, and I don't think users decide whether to have a brown bin or not based on, on price. If it was to go up by, say, £5, it's not going to put people off having the brown bin because it's such a good service. And for those that have it, a necessary service, and a £5 increase over the year isn't going to, it will be good further income for the council, but wouldn't stop users buying into that service. So why have you chosen such a low, not the normal type of question, I understand, but why have you chosen such a low increase on that, please?
We looked at this in the context of rises in this service that have taken place last year and earlier. We have to make sure that we increase in line with what is reasonable for the service. It is not the first time we've been increasing this particular cost, and also we're looking at comparable charges for this service at other councils as well. And we felt that £2.50, bringing the total, including the administration fee, up to around £60 per annum, does make sense. But you're right, Councillor Grandon, it is excellent value for money. The uptake is increasing year on year. It is a discretionary service like car parking, and the principle that the user pays is established for this and quite happily accepted by those users. But we felt that £2.50 was the right level at this stage.
Thank you, Councillor Ward. Is it designed, just to add, to be cost neutral, to encourage uptake?
No, it does make us a surplus, a substantial surplus.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. Next question from Councillor McLaren, please. If you have one.
Yeah, I have. My questions, John, relate to page 47 of your report, which was 6.6. I was interested in the diagram at the bottom. In terms of review of services, we know that the public realm is coming in-house. We know that's already been agreed. Are there any other services that we could bring in-house being considered?
We haven't identified any others at the moment. The public realm is obviously the major one. It was up for review, and we wanted to standardise the way that was operated at both councils, but we haven't looked at anything else at the moment.
Okay, and my second question is about the use of external consultants that are used in the council. Has there been any review of that? And
yeah, we use
thought of.
We use external consultants where it's necessary, where we don't have the skills internally. An example, as you were discussing this morning on parking, we've brought in Richard Walker from Essex because he has the necessary expertise to help us with that. We've also brought in external consultants to help with our visioning work for Sudbury, and to look at options for Hamilton Road and Bellevue. These are people that have those specific skills, and we can't possibly support having individuals with those skills as permanent members of staff, and so we bring in the expertise as and when necessary.
So you think that all the consultants we've been using are actually relevant to our performance as a council?
Yes, they've been absolutely necessary for the work that we've needed to do. We have a lot of plans, particularly around economic development in our two towns, and the use of these consultants has been necessary to promote and progress these plans. Without them, we wouldn't have been able to do that.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Chair.
My microphone there, I do apologise. Any question? Councillor Dawson, do you have any question?
Yeah, there's just one that I was looking at, the service charge. I was just interested in this for Endeavour House, because in the commercial market, rental incomes have gone down, and our service charges for Endeavour House are going up 43,000, subject to discussions with Suffolk County Council. And obviously with the COVID, people aren't actually in the building. So I would be expecting to see considerable savings there, and at least a minimum, reduction in rent there. I just wonder whether what has that not? We're in quite a bargaining position here. They need tenants in that building, and we're looking for savings. And it strikes me we could make quite a lot there, and that doesn't seem to have been reflected, I don't think, in the figures here. It says there's going to be an increase of 43, and it should be quite the opposite.
In Endeavour House, we entered into an agreement with Suffolk County Council about three and a half years ago now for Endeavour House. I will have to defer, I think, to Catherine for the specific answers around the service charge there, as I do not have that myself.
Thank you, Councillor Ward. If it's okay if I come in, Chair. Yes, this was a planned increase, as Councillor Ward said, when we entered into the agreement with Suffolk County Council over 3 years ago now. There was always going to be an increase in the service charges, but the ongoing discussions that the Chief Exec is having with Suffolk County Council are in relation to the changes that have happened, more recently. Obviously, the building being closed for a prolonged period of time, or access to very limited numbers, does mean that the overheads that the County Council has incurred should be reduced as a result of that. So, as I say, the conversations are ongoing, and hopeful that we will see a reduction in what it was supposed to go up by. But there are obviously still some fixed overheads, and we are in a lease agreement. So we have signed a contract for that space in Endeavour House.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Councillor Osborne, any questions? I'll move on then to, well, myself, actually. I don't have any questions at this point. If I think of anything, I will bring it up.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
There you are, Councillor Osborne.
Yeah, I'm trying to unmute. No, I haven't. No other questions at the moment. I'd just like to say that this subject has been the topic of most of the forums that Catherine and her team have looked at, and I'm in support of her. I think they've done extremely well to pull these things round, which looked a bit desperate at times. And as you've already stated, we cannot have a crystal ball to say that this might not get worse, or it might not get better, or it will get better, I hope. But there you go. But yeah, thank you, Catherine, and your team. Thank you.
I just want to ask Councillor Ward one thing, because I think this is probably a decision made at that level, is that I notice we have a 404k surplus forecast for this year. And that's achieved using New Homes Bonus, Section 31 grant, Rural Service Delivery grant, and a figure not dissimilar to 404, 381k from our reserves. And I realise it's not nice to cut things finer, but was any consideration given to maybe not using the reserves and having an even smaller surplus, or did we prefer to leave ourselves a little bit of leeway and felt that we could risk the reserves? I just wonder what the thinking was behind that.
Those reserves are earmarked for specific service areas, and the money has been taken out to support those specific service areas. We obviously, with the New Homes Bonus, that is something that is reducing every year. But we have got that surplus this year. We have got the climate change and biodiversity commitments. We do need to be able to put money aside to meet those commitments in the years to come. So it made sense to put that £404,000 into that new reserve. Catherine, did you want to add anything more to that?
Just in terms, as you've quite rightly said, Councillor Ward, that the withdrawals from reserves are for particular pieces of work. One example is homelessness. We get money from the government on an annual basis that we put into a reserve and draw down on it when we need to, according to what's happening in that particular service. So I say that they are particular service areas rather than just a general balance for the budget.
That's fine. That was the point I was trying to draw out, that it's not exactly just taking from a lump sum of reserves. These are earmarked. Thank you very much. Councillor Grandon, you have a question?
Thank you, Chair. This may be a question for our Environment Cabinet member, but the 88,000 increase in vehicle running costs due to moving to a new fuel. Could you tell me whether this will get to a stage of being cost neutral? I'm not sure how these things work, because that seems a lot of money to spend. I know we are trying to be carbon neutral, but can you tell me whether this is going to be a one-off cost and that it will eventually make us money as a clearly I'm not an expert on this kind of area, but please could you explain whether this will be a cost neutral thing in the end, please?
No, I can answer that, Councillor Grandon. The cost there is simply because of the price differential between diesel and HVO, based on the current price differential projecting forward. Obviously, if that changes, then that 88,000 will change, but it's not a one-off.
Thank you.
This would be a consequence of our environment policies.
Yes, yeah. I mean,
climate change.
Obviously, mitigating climate change is always going to cost. Nobody's ever said it was going to be a free ride. But we can't just measure this in terms of the money. We have to look at the savings in carbon emissions, and that's the principal driver here. So that's what it will cost. It's going to save us a substantial. It's one of the. Well, it is the single biggest thing that we can do to reduce our carbon emissions, and we have to pay for it.
I have a small correction to make. When I was looking through the papers, I noticed, and it might be something that could be addressed before this is brought to council, in that in section 7 marked reserves, we have several 7.1, 7.2s and 7.3s, or two of them, and the numbering there needs attention, just to correct it before it's seen in public again.
Yeah, we are aware of that.
That's fine. I thought it was probably in hand. Are there any further questions from members, and in which case could you use the raised hand function? And I will also invite, if any members present who are not in the Overview and Scrutiny Committee would like to ask any questions, I'll be welcome to take those questions and direct them to the appropriate person. Councillor Dawson.
I was just wondering whether Catherine perhaps could give us a bit more detail about the investments with Schroders and UBS and the returns on these, as outlined in the context here. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Dawson. Yes, I was just taking myself off mute. Those investments are still paying positively to the councils. So I haven't got the details in front of me because we take the details through to the Joint Audit and Standards Committee, and they have got the draft Treasury Management Strategy going to their meeting next week. But all of the investment funds that we're currently holding are providing a reasonable return back to the councils. So despite what's happened over the last sort of 10 months, nearly a year now, they are still providing income returns, which is obviously helping Babergh's budget position.
Because what slightly bothered me with this is we have asked, I think now the last 5 years, is if we could sort of have a summary, because when I look at this, at the figures for some of these, my understanding is they aren't doing quite so well, but it's kind of really difficult for us, you know, to tell by looking at these figures because we're clearly not familiar with them. And I just wondering whether we're ever going to get that summary that's been requested year after year to help us perhaps scrutinise this a bit more closely, because I don't feel I can, looking at these figures here from where we're investing.
I might actually be in a position to help you there, Councillor Dawson.
Really?
Yeah, amazingly enough, Councillor McLaren and myself, no, seriously, Councillor McLaren and myself both sit on Joint Audit and Standards, and we do look at the medium-term financial strategy, which I think is where this comes from. And in fact, at our last meeting and our subsequent one, we did heavily question the returns on these investments. The most significant point out of our last examination of the medium-term financial strategy was that the returns were holding up remarkably well, considering the COVID-19 environment. Councillor Ward made reference to the returns being obtained from SIFCO, but in fact, the Treasury Management team have done an excellent job, and Audit and Standards commented upon that at the time of our last meeting. And as has been said, we will be meeting very shortly to look at the latest iteration of that. So if that provides any assurance to you, I mean, I've been on Audit and Standards for a few years now, and starting to get a feel for it. And it's surprising how solid the returns have been in very difficult circumstances.
And tomorrow at Council, we will be debating the half-year position on Treasury Management. So there'll be a lot more information provided by the Chair of Audit and Standards then. Councillor McLaren, you have a point to make?
Just to support what you said, Chairman, about the Audit and Standards Committee. At the last meeting, I did raise with officers the matter of ethical investing, and Catherine Steele assured us that it was under consideration by the financial team. So that for in terms of the environment, I think ethical investment is, you know, a good consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLaren. I'd like to ask if any of members present have any questions. That would be those members who are not on the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. If you'd like to use the raised hand function, that would be fantastic. In the absence of any questions, I think we shall move to debate. I'll now open the item up. We can do this in the order I've got here, which starts off with Councillor McLaren. Or, of course, we can just do it as we wish by raising hands. Anybody wish to contribute to the debate? All right, well, I'm going to start it then. Obviously, this is not the first time many of us have seen the budget. We go through it several times in briefings and other meetings. This is my third or fourth trot through it, and I have to say I was pleasantly surprised by this year's budget. The recommendations are in line with what we've previously done, and we had feared earlier in the year a whopping great deficit, and we're not facing that now. We've made jokes in the past about rabbits being pulled out of hat, and at one point it was intimated to us that there wasn't any hat this year. And yet again, Catherine and Melissa and the team have pulled together a budget that we can be happy with for this year. We're noting, of course, that there is a deficit forecast for the next 2 years, and those impacts and those issues are not going to go away, but that might be a tale for another day. But as much as can be done has been done. So I was just very gratified by what is, relatively speaking, a fairly neutral budget. It contains the things you would expect. Council tax does have to go up, but it is at the lowest level that one might reasonably expect. It's the maximum we can do, but it's not a huge percentage, being just under 3%. And I would point out that only describes 10% of people's council tax. I took a lot of time on this subject. 75% of council tax, after all, goes to the county council, and about 13% goes to the Police and Crime Commissioner, and about 10%, although we're the collecting authority, a mere 10% of the total council tax is to the district council, and a fraction of 2 or 3% might go to your parish councils or your town councils. A bit more for towns, but all I was going to say is I commend the team. I think it's an excellent budget under the circumstances. It's an astonishing budget. I would be quite happy to propose the recommendations with one proviso, that we do make note that our recommendations regarding the parking matter will have an effect on the budget, and that should be included with some form of wording, perhaps with the exception of changes recommended to the parking charging. But I'm happy to propose that the motion available to us, which is 3.1, which will be going to the Cabinet, and 3.2, that the general fund budget is increased up to a council tax of £5 per annum, 10p a week for a Band D property, equivalent to 2.96% to support the council's overall position. I can see no reason not to do that, quite frankly. Anything else would be nitpicking at a time when we can't afford to nitpick. Councillor Osborne.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm happy to second your approval of that, and obviously hope that we can continue with our good investments, etc., etc. Thank you.
Councillor Ward, did you have something you wish to say?
Yeah, if you don't mind. I mean, it's just about rabbits in hats, actually. You've got to remember that with the situation with COVID, we could have been in a very, very difficult position if the government hadn't been generous and put in a huge fat bunny in the hat.
I couldn't possibly comment, Councillor Ward, but I understand your reasons for doing so. I think I'm pleased that the support was available, and I wasn't expecting it in such mostly munificence. Okay, so any comments, any debate the members wish to have, or do you wish to proceed to the vote? Any counter proposal? Do members wish to proceed to the vote? With that provision that we alter that, with the exception of the parking matter previously debated, that we forward that in 3.1, that would be, we forward 3.1 and 3.2 more or less as they are presented to us. We have a seconder. Can I ask the governance officer if the vote can be prepared on Modern Gov?
Yes, Chair. May I just, sorry, was it Councillor Osborne who seconded your proposal, Chair?
Indeed.
Thank you. Chair, may I just say that the Overview and Scrutiny Committee recommendation 3.1 and 3.2 in the report to Cabinet, with the exception of the parking matter, which has been debated at today's meeting.
Yes, and that should properly appear in recommendation 3.1, since 3.2 is unrelated to that, that being to the level of council tax.
Certainly. Right, we have started the vote. Are members happy for...
Did you have something you wanted to say before we commence voting? Your microphone is mute, Councillor Dawson.
Should I? I'm just wondering whether at this point, you know, because I don't agree with the parking. I mean, obviously, I think this should be struck at the moment from the budget, so I'd be forced into voting against it.
I think under the proviso that we have dealt with that separately, that there will be changes. After all, we were only making recommendations, but we must recognise that our recommendations would imply changes. Whether what the level and extent of those changes is not the point. The point is that we are saying that we don't entirely agree with the original presentation for the parking proposal. That goes for all of us. So all it's doing is just covering that, because otherwise it doesn't make sense. But I think you'd be quite okay to vote for the budget on the sense on that basis.
But the problem is that when it goes outside of it's going to go to Cabinet. There is absolutely no representation from the eastern part of the district. So I just don't think this is hence another reason for the comprehensive parking review. So I'm in a very difficult position here, because the budget I quite agree with, but it's certainly not. So I don't want to be forced into voting for this budget.
You have the option to abstain, Councillor Dawson, and that may be your best solution. If you
I would vote against it, not abstain.
Well, OK, but you have that option. But if we have no counter proposal, and I'm not sure I could, well, I don't know, we'd have to see. Councillor Ward, you have your hand raised, or is that a legacy?
Yeah, no, that is. It's a point of correction there. The eastern part of the district is well represented on Cabinet by 3 members: Councillor Davis, Councillor Busby, and myself.
Well, I'd say 2 members. 2 okay. Out of, I think, 8.
It's a matter of
three out of 8
But there's no representation. You know what I'm saying. I think it's very clear what I'm saying here. You've got 5 or 6 members that are all from Sudbury.
Frankly, Councillor Dawson, it's not a matter for scrutiny.
No, I agree.
Fair enough. Councillor Grandon?
Chair, please could you just repeat again the bit that you're excluding about parking?
Well, with the exception,
I want to just check
with the exception of any effects made by our recommendations on the parking matter. And bear in mind that we're making this, we voted on it, and it's reasonable to hope that members would support the decision of the committee. But obviously it's up to them individually if they wish to do so. But I think it's just important that we include that proviso, since we have suggested changes which would have an impact on the budget. But it's not a significant one, but it is one.
But those changes we don't agree with.
But yes, but it's perfectly reasonable for you to support the collective decision of the committee on which we all serve, and that does not go against anything else. And you can make your your objections known. I think you really have done already, and I don't think anybody's going to be in any doubt as to where you or Councillor Grandon stand on this. So I would say off the cuff that you have the perfect right to vote as you wish, but you could support the budget as well as not. It would not be a contradiction in terms. Shall we carry out the vote then, if that can be started, Henriette?
Chair, it has actually started already, okay. I'm afraid. Sorry. And Councillor McCraw, Councillor Grandon still needs to vote.
Yes, I'm just going in there now.
And Councillor Dawson, may I have your vote, please?
I'm against.
Against.
There you go.
Councillor Grandon, are you having trouble voting, or?
It's not taking my confirmation.
No, I can see. Would you like to provide your vote to me?
I voted abstain.
You abstain. So, Chair, we have 3 votes for, 1 vote against, and 1 abstention.
Okay, so that's forwarded to Cabinet for noting, obviously, and that would complete that matter, I believe. We now come to item 8 on the agenda, BOS 20/2 Draft Housing Revenue Account, HRA, and the 2021-22 budget and 4-year outlook. I'd like again to invite Councillor Ward, the Cabinet Member for Finance, to introduce this report, BOS 20/3.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm pleased to introduce report BOS 23 for the 2021 to 2022 HRA budget and 4-year outlook. It covers both the HRA revenue account and capital programme. We have a sound 30-year business plan which will support our ambitions to increase our housing stock and which continues to deliver favourable positions for both revenue and capital. We have been helped by the ending of the annual 1% rent reduction imposed by the Welfare Reform and Work Act 2016. The Act now allows rents to be increased by CPI plus 1% for 5 years from 2020 to 2021. The remaining 25 years of the business plan are based on an annual rent increase of CPI only. The business plan is attached to Appendix B and shows detail for years 1 to 10. The new business plan will be presented to Cabinet and Council during this year. As explained in paragraph 4.2, the plan will include the need to invest in the existing housing stock for environmental improvements and safety enhancements, and to build new homes that meet the draft design guide and an improved new build specification. We are continuing with our aspiration to increase our housing stock. New homes of all types provide us with new homes bonus and council tax, but additional council housing also delivers rental income and wider financial and social benefits. COVID-19 has had a major impact this year. Construction was halted for a period and property repairs and maintenance were reduced to emergency repairs only. However, void work in order to support the accommodation of the homeless and rough sleepers continued, and the renovation of the Leas in a matter of days was an excellent example of what we were still able to achieve. There is also no doubt that rent levels are being impacted. Although in the first half of the current financial year this was minimal, the full extent of this won't be known for a while, and so we have assumed a 15% reduction for the second half. A small amount of direct COVID-related costs has been incurred, £47,000 for PPE, but this has been covered from our government COVID support. There has been no specific support for the HRA from government yet. The details of the budget are presented in section 5 of the report, table 1 in paragraph 5.2, summarising the key elements and the movements from the 2020 to 2021 budget. A surplus position of £127,000 is forecast, which is a reduction on the 2020 to 2021 surplus. We are proposing to transfer this surplus to the Strategic Priorities Reserve. The budget has been based on a number of assumptions, the income ones that affect our tenants being a 1.5% rent increase, which represents an increase of £1.35 on the average weekly rental of £91.70. Garage rents will be unchanged. There'll be an increase of 69 pence per week for sheltered housing charges, and utility charges will be unchanged. Other movements are explained in paragraph 5.5. The largest contribution to the reduced surplus is the inclusion of £967,000 for depreciation, resulting from a revaluation of the housing stock. Also highlighted here are the key achievements this year, the most notable being that voids remain at an average of 18 days, and an excellent effort by building services has resulted in the work in progress reducing from 7,500 to 1,500 outstanding jobs. Paragraphs 5.6 to 5.9 of the report show the predicted movement in the reserves. The ambitious capital programme will require funding of £2.617 million from the Strategic Priorities Reserve, as well as additional borrowing. The result will be a reduction in the overall reserves balance to a still healthy £13.167 million. Table 3 in section 5.10 of the report summarises the capital expenditure and financing for the next 4 years up to 2024 to 25, and Appendix A provides more detail. New builds and acquisitions are forecast to be £24 million, including a carry forward from the current year. We have worked successfully with ICNI to identify sites, and are now proposing an additional 161 affordable and 44 shared ownership homes in the period 2021 to 24. Recently, Klondike Field Worsted has been added to the sites list. Finally, I'd like to note that right to buy sales have again shown a further reduction and are lower than those projected in the business plan. In 2019 to 2020, Babergh sold 11 against an original projection of 20 sales. We have been delayed by COVID in our ability to use the right to buy receipts before deadlines for returning unspent portions to government. However, the government has extended the deadline to 31st of March in recognition of this. We are looking at all opportunities to acquire houses or land before this deadline. And I also have Councillor Jan Osborne, the Cabinet Member for Housing, and the Assistant Director for Housing, Gavin Fiss, both here to assist with answering any housing-related questions that you may have. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ward. Now I think members can ask questions. I'll ask each member in turn if they have any questions. We'll start with Councillor Adrian Osborne at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have no questions at this time. Thank you.
Catherine Grandon.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I do have a question. Perhaps it's something I should know already. Could you remind me about what we currently provide to sheltered housing tenants? I had thought that the majority of the services that they used to receive are now items that they purchase privately or pay for separately now, as a result of previous changes to their service level. So can you tell me what they now receive and what this extra 69 pence per week is therefore meant to cover, please?
I think Councillor Osborne has a hand raised. I don't know if she wants to answer that question. Sorry, Councillor Ward, I apologise. But
No. Councillor Osborne has a hand raised, and also I think Gavin could provide some further insight as well. But we'll go to Councillor Osborne first, I think would be best.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Grandon. What happened was, as you know, we had a review of sheltered housing several years ago, and we removed some of the sheltered housing status. In those complexes where we removed it, the occupants were given the opportunity whether they wanted to continue with having the provision of an alarm, and it was their choice. In those sites that have remained as with the sheltered criteria, those services continue. So they don't have a warden that lives on site, but they do have a manager that goes in, obviously not at the moment because we're restricting that level of contact, but there is the availability for those managers to go in each day and also they have access to the alarm system. So as far as those sites that remain sheltered, the provision that they had previously remains the same. I don't know if Gavin wants to come in on that anymore. Gavin?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Osborne, and thank you, Chair, for permitting me to come in. I think Councillor Osborne has summarised it really well. Just to add to that, obviously the service charges can encompass the physical building, the attributes such as the provision of health and safety, improvements to the scheme, the general ambience, the physical structures, in addition to the support and wraparound service. So obviously, naturally, over the last few months, we've found that we've had to offer a different offer in terms of telephone servicing every day rather than face to face, but it's to cover the roles and responsibilities of not only the scheme manager or the housing manager, but other related housing staff, and obviously the things like the warden call system. So if you imagine everything wrapped up in managing and maintaining that building, that's what's included in those service charges. I should just add that we are expecting and planning to conduct a review of service charges this year, and we expect to bring that work back later to Cabinet later this year, which will look at some of the benefits or disbenefits of pooling or depooling of service charges, where we wrap all of the service charges up across the whole service, or depool it to individual schemes. So we expect to bring back the results of that work later this year.
May I just ask further detail about this, please? So am I right in saying then that this will apply, this additional charge will apply to the group of housing or tenants who have remained in a full sheltered housing service that we now offer?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yes. So those that were sheltered were in sheltered housing previously, and their places became de-sheltered, if that's the correct terminology. They won't be getting this extra charge. Is that have I understood it correctly?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor Grandon.
Thank you very much.
That would be approximately what, £35 a year at 69p a week. Somewhere.
And how many tenants do we have in this sector, please?
Off the top of my head, Councillor Grandon, we have approximately 450. It could be more than that, but I'm happy to go away and provide you with an overview of each site and the numbers in relation to each of those schemes.
But this is revenue neutral, is that correct?
Yes, obviously the 69p increase in service charges will mean that the service is cost neutral. Obviously, any deficit would require those in general needs accommodation that are tenants of Babergh Mid Suffolk but do not receive the benefits of the sheltered housing service to contribute. So our aim is always to ensure that those that receive the benefit obviously contribute and pay towards that.
I see Councillor Osborne's hand raised, so I just wondered if she has anything to add, Councillor Grandon.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to exactly say what Gavin has just said. Thank you very much.
Fine, thank you. Councillor
Those
Dawson.
are really helpful answers. Thank you very much.
Councillor Dawson, have you any questions?
No, she might have been answered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor McLaren.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My questions are for Gavin, actually. This week, I saw a national report about the thousands of council houses that are empty at the moment, and the thousands of garages that are rented that are not being used. Gavin, can you just give us an up-to-date number at the moment that we've got in Babergh, please?
Thank you, Councillor McLaren, for the question. I can't give you a specific answer to that without going away and checking the detail. What I can do is reassure you that obviously in terms of garages, yes, we will have vacant garages. We know that demand is higher in some parts of our district rather than others, and where we've got low demand, we're obviously looking at a range of options to increase take up. So that could be local promotion, it could be promoting the benefits of having a garage, or at a more strategic level looking at those sites and making some decisions as to what we do with those sites in the long term. In relation to housing, we obviously naturally have a churn of void homes, empty homes in any week, but they are typically being turned around within the 18 days on average and being re-let. Where we might have a very, very small number of long-term empty homes where we have our plans to regenerate or rejuvenate or build new homes. So I think of some obvious examples on the peninsula near Shotley and at Brantham, where naturally where we've identified a site to be redeveloped, we've left the housing temporarily empty or long-term void in order to facilitate those works. And that's probably as much as I can say, but I'll go away and just check the numbers on the number of empty homes.
I'll add the 2 properties in Brantham. Sorry, Councillor McLaren. I was just going to put a point of information. I was just going to add that work has commenced on the former 2 properties at Brantham, ready to develop, I think, 9 or so properties. So that's quite a useful recycling of housing stock with IC9.
Right. I've just got another question, Gavin. As rough sleepers are a group of people very close to my heart, I understand that Ipswich Borough Council have provided pods for those rough sleepers that don't necessarily want to comply. Have we got any experience of that in Babergh, or has it not been an issue at all?
Okay, thank you, Councillor McLaren, for the question. Obviously, the management of homelessness and temporary housing and the management of rough sleeping is a general fund function and sits outside of the housing and revenue account, hence why you won't see any figures or information about that within this report. What I can do is reassure you that since the government's original Everyone In ask, which was around March, April last year, Babergh has been making every tireless effort to ensure that rough sleepers are offered temporary accommodation to protect them from obviously COVID, and we have a number of those placements in temporary accommodation. Typically, the temporary accommodation that we are using in Babergh is either our own accommodation, so that could be sites such as at Sandringham Court in Sudbury, or the Leas that was mentioned in Councillor Ward's introduction, as well as potentially bed and breakfast or hotel accommodation, depending on the numbers requiring it. And I can confirm that we have got a number of rough sleepers in those types of accommodation, both from the original Everyone In and subsequent asks of government to get rough sleepers off the streets. We did consider, as part of our response to COVID, cabins, and they wouldn't be dissimilar to what you refer to in terms of the porta cabin style. I know in West Suffolk they chose that option rather than the use of hotels, and they've worked really well. For us, we made a conscious decision based on a business case, and actually we could evidence that hotel accommodation was going to be both more cost effective and more flexible for us. But the use of cabin style accommodation, whether it be for short term or longer term placements for those that are in required temporary accommodation, is something that we're considering. More than 2/3 of those that we are currently housing in temporary accommodation require a 1-bed need. We have a very small supply of 1-bed accommodation in our district, and therefore we need to look at alternative options to provide them with perhaps short to medium term housing. So in that sense, cabins are being considered at this stage, yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Gavin. Thank you, Chair.
Note Councillor Osborne has her hand raised. She may have something to say at this point.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's actually to rewind back to Councillor McLaren's question on empty properties. There may sometimes happen a property becomes empty when a resident has gone into care, and that property has to remain empty until that resident advises us that they're going into permanent care rather than just temporary care. So sometimes I get contacted by councillors because I have a question on this. If you see a property that's empty, that could sometimes be the case. That person's gone into care. They remain that tenancy agreement until such time as it's we're notified that they've gone into permanent care. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. And sadly, these days, some of them may have gone into hospital. I have one question that I'd just like to ask, and it's concerning recommendation 3.2. We're increasing council house rents by 1.5%. Can I ask when the last time we increased council house rents was, and by how much?
Chair, if I can come in, we did increase council house rents last year, which was the first year of the new government rent standard. So rents increased last year by exactly the same formula, but it would have been a slightly different amount based on what CPI was in September.
Prior to that, there was a restriction on increases in council house rents, was there not?
That's correct. For a period of 5 years.
We were obliged to do what?
So during that period, we're obliged to reduce rents. I don't have the figures in front of me, but when Mid Suffolk debated this item last week, they compared and contrast figures for rents in 2015-16 versus what rents will be in 21-22, and on average they were only approximately 11 pence higher now than they were more than 6 years ago. But I don't have the figures to hand for Babergh. I'm happy to go away and check.
No, thank you. I just wanted to establish the point. Okay, I notice we have other members present today. If there are no more questions from committee members, I'd like to invite any other members of the council present today if they would like to ask any questions. And I see Councillor Ayres' hand raised. Councillor Ayres?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd just like to check. We had a Sudbury Town Council meeting, and the repairs and the money that's being spent in, Minden Road area, and our police inspector said it was a complete waste of money because it's just going to be as bad again. I'd like to raise that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Councillor Osborne?
Well, yes, if I could just come in on that one. Originally, that money has been ring-fenced for those repairs to Minden and Cavendish for quite a few years now, and it was actually in negotiation with the police that we decided that it was now time to undertake these repairs. And Inspector Kevin Horton has been very, very much on board, very much involved in the discussions of what should be done, what shouldn't be done, and he's very much signed up to it and has actually been chasing us to get these repairs done. So I'm not quite sure where Councillor Ayres gets this information from, because it's different to what we're being told at Babergh. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can I come back there?
Yes.
Because I thought Councillor Osborne was actually at that pre-town council meeting where actually Inspector Kevin Horton told us that it was a waste of money. Thank you.
Perhaps that can be answered outside this meeting then.
Thank you.
Gavin, you have something to add to this?
Thank you, Chair. I did want to just add and respond to Councillor Ayres. There's £1 million improvements being invested in Minden and Cavendish Way for members that are not aware. They are 3-storey flats as you enter the Sudbury Town Centre from the direction, and in fact those improvements will go a long way to improving both fire safety and security in relation to door entry and secure design, as well as environmental improvements. We know that through consultation, because naturally we have leaseholders on that site, that the improvements have been well received and probably long overdue. I know that there has been some antisocial behaviour within the area, and I know we've been working really closely with the police to try and resolve some of that, some of which originates from that specific area or location. And I know the police have been very positive in recent days and weeks of the work between both Babergh District Council and the police working in partnership to respond and deal with some of these behaviours. And I believe that the improvements will go a long way to supporting that further.
Thank you very much, Gavin. Any other questions from members? Could you use the raise hand function? Councillor Grandon.
Thank you. I don't know if this is a relevant question or not, but can you tell me whether it's been looked into, whether any of our properties have the cladding issues that's currently in the news, please?
Chair, if I could take that question. We are fortunate that we don't have accommodation such as those identified elsewhere nationally with cladding. We also are possibly fortunate that we don't have the significant high rise that obviously inner cities have. We have conducted a review of our sites, and I'm pleased to say that we don't have any of the combustible material that is having to be removed from other tower blocks.
Thank you very much. I think that's quite useful also for it to be in this public forum where it's announced. Thank you.
Reassurance. Any other questions from members before we open this item up for debate? In that case, I'll open the item up for debate. I have an order of debate, but it can be changed, starting with Councillor McLaren.
I don't have anything at the moment to say,
okay.
Chairman. Thank you.
That's fine. Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I have nothing really to add to a debate, but I would like to once again congratulate Gavin and Heather and the rest of the housing team. They've done immaculate work all the way through every year that I've been associated with the council, and I can only express my delight and grateful thanks for what they've done. I think they've brought the housing issues to Babergh and resolved very much a great deal of problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grandon.
No, I'm quite happy, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Dawson.
No, I'm quite happy, and I just say thank you very much. After 5 years, I think we're well on our way to getting Angel Court completed. Yeah.
Yes, I'd add to that it's some projects that you've seen developing over a period of years coming to fruition, and of course you have to realise that it does sometimes take those years to get everything lined up and to have all the necessary partners involved. But we seem to be making headway and on a steady basis, and obviously we'd only want to see that continue. If there are no further debate points, perhaps we should move to recommendations. We have some recommendations presented to us in the report, for which will be going to Cabinet. They are run 3.1 to 3.6. Over to you, members. Does anybody have any comment on those recommendations? Sorry, Councillor Grandon.
I'm happy to support the recommendations.
Okay. And, would you be proposing those?
I would. Thank you.
It's 3.1 through 3.6. Do we have a seconder for that?
I'll second it. Thank
you, Councillor Dawson. Yeah, all I would say is it's all quite reasonable stuff. There are small changes, relatively speaking, fairly neutral. In which case, we've got the recommendations as recommended in the report. Unless there are any other proposals for recommendations, I'll ask the governance officers to prepare those on Modern Gov, ready for voting, and then we'll commence with the vote.
Well, Chair, we will be that the Overview and Scrutiny Committee support recommendations 3.1 to 3.7 in the report to Cabinet.
I have 3.6 in my
page. So it's 3.6.
No, you're right. It's actually, no, it says 3.7. I have two separate things.
Let me have a look.
I have to know. It's okay. It's my fault. It's in my script.
6.
And the script is wrong.
I do apologise.
It's entirely down to me. So 3.1 through 3.7. The vote is ready to take, is it?
Yeah, I've started the vote.
Okay.
Members can
So
cast the
members
vote
would
now.
like to go to Modern Gov. Now highlighted in blue.
We have one member who's not voted yet.
Yes, I know.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Chair. Councillor Dawson, may I take your vote in the meantime?
4.
4. So, Chair, that is complete now, and that is 5 votes for, Chair.
That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, members. We're drawing towards the close, but we still have some further business to deal with, which is the forthcoming decision list. Do members have any comments on the forthcoming decision list? In that case, we shall move on. It is just for noting, and of course it's available on a weekly basis in a regular link that should be sent to all members. Item 10, the Babergh Overview and Scrutiny Work Plans. These are mostly going to be in conjunction with Mid Suffolk, but you can see in item 10 the proposed current work plan. Does anybody have any comments? If you could use the raised hand function. No, I see none. That is for noting as well. And fundamentally, that concludes this meeting. Sorry. Councillor Grandon, I apologise, Councillor Grandon. Missed that.
I was having trouble with my hand.
Well, I was having trouble with my script. On with you.
I don't know whether this is appropriate to raise or not, so I'm sure you'll correct me, or someone
go ahead.
Will correct.
If it affects the work plan, that's what it's there for.
Okay, thank you. There's been a lot of concern in the Sudbury community about Bellevue House and the access point. Are these items that we should consider bringing to ONS, and are they appropriate?
Well, that's a very good question. I'm glad you asked it. It has been under consideration, and I've obviously checked through with the officers and also with my own understanding of the Constitution. Well, the first thing is that the access point, as I understand it, is a matter of a, what's the expression I'm looking for? A delegated decision on an operational matter. Effectively, what is happening there is that a contract that the council have held with Sudbury Town Council has come or is coming to a close. Proposals are being prepared for an alternative provision of the access point, not advice centre, it is an access point, as it always was. That preparation has not been completed yet. No proposals have been made. So scrutiny cannot really, it would be in draft form, and we're not entitled to scrutinise something that's in draft form. Until there is a report, we cannot scrutinise something. And in this instance, as it's an operational matter, it is not necessarily something we can scrutinise. There are other avenues for members with concerns to raise matters, but they would need to check the rules on councillor call for action, I suspect, in this instance. I'm not convinced, I'm not absolutely certain of that, but that's what my current reading of the situation seems to indicate. The second one would be on proposals for Bellevue House. And again, here, Bellevue House has not actually had any decision made. It has just been put out for tender, inviting people to make proposals for what could be done with Bellevue House. Without those proposals being available to compare, again, it's not possible to scrutinise something which does not yet exist in terms of a report. Again, a councillor call for action is a possibility, but again, councillor call for action requires the members concerned to have exhausted every other avenue that is available to them, and there may be still some avenues to exhaust, if you follow me. So as of now, as I see it at the moment, and the advice I've received and my own study indicates that we can't or won't be able to call those to scrutiny. It simply is not within our powers. I hope that at least addresses your question, if not satisfies you with the answer.
Yes, I mean, I feel that it's a bit unfortunate for Sudbury members because but if those are the rules, those are the rules.
Well, I can suggest that they examine the possibilities contained within the CCFA, Councillor Call for Action within the Constitution. Basically, the Constitution is the rules we operate under. It's effectively a part of our legal framework.
Of course.
And obviously that's become a matter of some interest recently.
Thank you.
Anyway, that I hope answers your question.
Yes.
That should conclude this meeting. Thank you very much, members, for your attention to detail. And I know it's been a lengthy meeting, but I think it was worth carrying out. Regardless of any disagreements, I think actually the fundamental principle that the parking plan should change has been made, the relevant point being how much and when. That concludes this meeting. The next joint Overview and Scrutiny Committee meeting will be on Monday the 15th of February 2021 at 1:00 p.m, not our normal 9:30 starting time. Okay, so please make that a note. Thank you very much. The meeting will now close.